Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's exclusive member-only virtual event on knowledge management. Thank you for joining us again today. My name is David Wright, and I'll be hosting today's event, where we've assembled some really great speakers who will share their thoughts on knowledge management, best practice, experiences, lessons learned, practical ideas, all designed to help you improve the way you capture, distribute, and effectively use knowledge. Now, as we know, knowledge management, well, it's not a new premise, but I think it's still an area where many organizations struggle. And actually the term knowledge management on information handling and information utilization. And from the early 90s, knowledge management as an enterprise-wide discipline has evolved to where we are right now with established knowledge management best practice, processes, procedures, frameworks, tools, and job roles, all designed in its simplest form to make sure any organization understands what it knows, what it needs to know, and make that information available when it's needed. So I'm certainly looking forward to listening and learning today. Thank you to today's event partners, Topdesk, Freshworks, and Halo ITSM for sponsoring today's event, and we'll which is cool. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions, plenty of listener questions throughout today's presentation as well. We certainly encourage you to post your questions using the console at any point, and we look to answer as many as we can through today's event. There will be limited time for questions today, though, as it's a very full agenda. We have some Q&A points through the day, but if we're unable to get to your question for any reason, we'll answer them post the event and forward the answers on to your email addresses. Okay, so I'd like then to introduce our first speaker, today's first speaker, Hannah Price, Service Management Consultant and Knowledge Management Expert at Top. I think you may be on mute, Hannah, I think. Let me just, can you hear me, Hannah?
I can indeed. Hi, David. Thanks for the introduction.
Not at all, and welcome. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to have you. And I think you'll be talking about make or break moments and lessons learned from building a knowledge sharing environment, which sounds very exciting. We're just going to make you the presenter, Hannah. So if you can just make sure that your screen is all good and you've got your slides ready to share, which I think I can see. Brilliant. So without further ado, over to you. Thank you, Hannah.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, David. And it is my pleasure to speak to you all today. One of the things I thought I might do to make it a little bit closer to home, seeing as we can't see each other in person, is I thought I might try and switch on my webcam just to see you guys a little bit better. So hopefully, hi everyone, you can see me now. As I said, it's my pleasure to kick off the one of the first presentations for today, the make or break moments of knowledge management. A quick hello from myself. As David said, I work for Topdesk. I'm a service management consultant, so I feel very lucky because my job is essentially to go and visit different teams, different companies, different organizations, and really help them with best practices within service management and take them on journeys of implementation and to improvement as well. And throughout my career as a consultant, I became really passionate about knowledge management. It became one of those things where I couldn't, not focus on anything else because of the so many far-reaching benefits that I could see that knowledge management had. There's not actually that many processes that I've seen personally where they have so many that they touch so many different elements. So if you're working on a knowledge management process or if you're implementing a best practice, you can see things like resolution times cut by up to a third, maybe even more. Consistency and accuracy in the answers that you give, and improvement in the quality that your end users receive. Customer satisfaction will go up. Things like the image of your department and how your team comes across will go up as well. Self-sufficiency of the end users. These are all amazing things that could almost be projects in themselves to work on. And what I really liked about knowledge management was that actually just working on that singular process of knowledge management had an effect on all of those different things, which was amazing. So a few years ago, I decided to really specialize down the knowledge management route. I got really interested in KCS, and I'm sure KCS will come up a lot today in the program as well. It stands for Knowledge Centered Services, and if you haven't heard of it before, it's a best practice for knowledge management. I do encourage you to check it out from the Consortium for Service Innovation if you have time after this event. Really excellent best practice. But it's not just me that I think really enjoys knowledge management. If you look at the technology industry that we're in today, there's huge scope for automation and AI to take the brunt of the repetitive tasks that we work on. And if that is on the agenda or the strategy for anybody listening today, while the knowledge management has to be the cornerstone, it's absolutely fundamental for organizations who want to take that step into an AI future. And I'd be really interested actually to hear from you guys, from the listeners. Is knowledge management and taking these next steps something that you're working on? Are you actively involved in a knowledge management project at the moment, where maybe you're right in the midst of it, maybe you're about to start it? So I wanted to hear from you guys where you're at with that. So I was wondering if David, you'd be kind enough to start a poll for me to hear from the guys whether they're actively working on a knowledge management project.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. I think the poll has just popped up, and hopefully everybody can see that. So what we'll do, we'll just give some time for our listeners to fill that, and which is great. We've got 29% so far who have voted. So if you can just give that a click. To give everybody a chance, but we will obviously limit that to as brief as we can as well. So we've 56% who voted so far. If we can just give that another 10 seconds or so, please. So if you haven't voted yet, if you could, that would be superb. Good, that's really good. There we are. I think that's great. We've almost got 80% there voted, so that's fantastic. If we can close that poll then, please, and we'll see the what we've got from that. Okay, so as you saw, if you don't mind, Hannah, I'll just read these out just in case you can't see that. The highest answer by far is yes, just started. 46% of everybody listening has said yes, just started. The next one is yes, 32%. We're in the middle of it. So again, sort of early doors, I think, by the looks of that. And we've also got as well 1% of yes near the end, just 1%, and the rest, 16%, are not yet, but we're planning to soon, and 4% no. So by far that bell curve thing is yes, just started, yes. Just under. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing results. Thank you for sharing that. I'm hoping you guys can see my slides again okay now, because it's
yes, all good.
Perfect. It's really encouraging to see actually how many of you have already started on your journey to a knowledge sharing environment. And for those of you who are in the early doors or halfway through, I call it a journey because it is just that. It's a kind of winding path. It's got twists and turns and pivotal moments where the direction that you choose and the decisions you make can really define the rewards that you get, and some of the benefits that I talked about at the start can be really shaped by some of the ways, the decisions that we make. And we call these the make or break moments because they can be times when you're facing a challenge in your project and you're like, I don't know if this is worth it. This is too hard. I don't know if we've made the right choice here. And depending on what you do at these kind of make or break moments, it can either kind of push you forward and you reap those rewards, or it can also put you back a few steps as well. So what I wanted to do with you guys today was to share with you 3 of the most common make or break moments that not necessarily every single team goes through, but a lot of them do have in common, and to see what that looks like and what we can learn from them as well. So I thought we'd start with possibly one of the more controversial make or break moments, and that's the moment where you have to let go of structure. And bear with me one moment, because I know structure is a beautiful thing. Look at the picture of the library on the left-hand side of the screen there, like all the books neatly stored in their proper place. I think there's a phrase for it actually, isn't there? Like a place for everything and everything in its place. We really like structure. It's really satisfying and nice to put everything in a space. But when it comes to our knowledge bases, it's so tempting and indeed satisfying to over-engineer that structure, to make it overly structured, to kind of create something a lot more granular than actually it needs to be. And this takes time. It's not easy to, first of all, create in the first place and organize large quantities of knowledge, but also to curate or maintain this going forward. especially in the quantities that we need knowledge for a true knowledge sharing culture and for one that can support AI. We're talking about vast quantities of knowledge here. It's not impossible to build a structure around that, but it does take a lot of time, a lot of resource. And we've got to ask ourselves really, is this the best use of our time? When the reality is that today, the vast majority of users and analysts will primarily find and primarily interact with knowledge through a search bar. And relying on the power of search and the findability of your knowledge articles will help people find the relevant knowledge at the relevant time. It's not very common nowadays that people tend to kind of go down a series of structure or buckets and containers and subcontainers to find something. It's all about the search bar. So you can actually take a lot of the time and resource off of yourselves as curators of the knowledge base, so to speak, to kind of keep the structure as simple as you possibly can and use search to help guide you in that way. And that actually leads us on quite well to the next point as well, whilst we're on the subject of searching and finding knowledge-based articles. And the next make or break moment is all about that moment where the users aren't finding your knowledge articles, and it can be quite disheartening. You've put in all this effort, you've maybe got lots of teams on board to create knowledge-based articles for you, and they've put in a huge amount of time and effort for this, but the users aren't finding them and they're not using them. There could be a lot of different reasons for this. By no means am I saying that this is like a black and white, it's always one thing that causes this and nothing else. You know, for example, it could be there's more encouragement needed, perhaps some communication or a marketing campaign to really push the awareness of your knowledge base out there, for example. But for many organizations, we can track this down to findability. Are your users finding the knowledge articles that they need when they look for them? And a really good way that you can identify this is that if you're actually able to download from the tool that you use, be able to download the search terms that their users are actually typing into that search bar. And that can be so enlightening to see what people are actually looking for in the language and the terms that they use to try and find things. And I wanted to share with you a couple of examples of how this looks in real life, because we've done this at a few different places. And one of them, one organization found that they'd put a lot of time and effort to create knowledge articles around spam emails. So how to identify a potential spam email, what to do if you think you've got one, do you forward it to IT, etc. But the users were not finding those knowledge articles because they were actually looking for phishing instead, and that's one of the terms that they had typed into the search bar. So that was a kind of moment for them, like, oh, we can use the metadata, use some keywords there to make sure those pop up at the right time. Another example of this was there was an organization who used a piece of software like a searching tool, and rather than people searching using the knowledge base to look for the name of that searching tool to find FAQs and help guides on how to use that tool, they actually were looking for the word frying pan. And the reason for that was because locally they called this piece of software the frying pan, simply because the icon, it was meant to be a magnifying glass, but it looked like a frying pan, and it's just what people called it. And another example was if another different organization found that lots of people were looking for contact information, information on opening hours of the service desk, and that was a knowledge-based article that they didn't even actually have. So they're like, great, let's make it. So although this can be quite a disheartening moment sometimes in your knowledge management journey, it can be an opportunity to really learn something and improve how your knowledge articles are being found and increase the findability of them. And another nice thing you can do with this moment actually is to use what your users are searching for as the clickbait of your knowledge article. And what I mean by that is typically what we observe is that users will search for the pain that they're experiencing. They don't very often, or sometimes they do, but they don't always know the answer to the issue they're experiencing, the question that they have when they're searching. They're more searching for like, this is the pain that I've got. This is the trouble that I'm going through right now. And that's what you want then to be identified when knowledge articles pop up. And what you can do with that information is you can take that pain, you can take those things that they're looking for and put them in really visible places on your knowledge base articles, like maybe in the title, or maybe in a kind of a short description that appears underneath the title, so that when they're looking at that list and they get maybe to the fourth or fifth one, then they say, aha, that's my pain. That's the thing that I'm experiencing, and they know that's the knowledge article that's going to help them. We call that the clickbait. You know, it kind of really entices them to go in and to click and open that article. So use this as an opportunity to find the pain and use it as the clickbait as well. And then the final make or break moment that I wanted to share with you was actually a really positive, a really nice moment. It's called the moment of return of investment, the moment of ROI. And to show you this in a bit more detail, I'm going to attempt to draw a live graph to kind of show you how this works. So what you'll see on the screen here is some axes. Along the bottom is time. That time is in months, so 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, etc. And then we've got number or volume on the left-hand side of the axis. And I'm going to draw a line in red first of all. And this red line represents the number of knowledge articles created. And what we typically see is if you're starting a knowledge management project where you were like, right, we're going to really create an awesome knowledge sharing environment. We need to make lots of knowledge-based articles. There's an initial push for creation of knowledge-based articles, hopefully by as many teams as possible getting involved. So the line of knowledge-based article creation, especially in the first few months, will rise very steeply like this. You'll have lots of cool new things being created, lots of content being made. And eventually, as the months go on, this will start to plateau out and even out. And it will, of course, continue to rise over time, but much more slower. New knowledge-based articles as they come along are more a kind of, will start to be more of a reaction to new things, new software, new tools, that sort of thing, need new knowledge articles, as opposed to a big initial creation push right at the start. And what you'll find is during those later months that knowledge-based articles will hopefully be existing ones will be improved and worked on rather than the large numbers of creation that we see at the start. But the thing is with a curve like this is that especially for those first couple of months, you are asking your teams to put in a huge amount of effort, a huge amount of work to create these knowledge-based articles. And it takes a lot of time out of their days. And it can be quite demoralizing. It can be difficult for them to see, oh, I don't know why I'm doing this. This is a lot of effort and I could be doing other more important things. Which is why it's also very important to explain on this graph another very closely related line that links with knowledge article creation, and that's called knowledge article reuse. And I'm going to draw this line in green. And when I talk about reuse, what I mean here is whenever an existing knowledge article gets used again for something. So that's every time it's used to provide a consistent, easy answer to an end user, and hopefully a matter of seconds because the solution should already be written out in the knowledge article. And this reuse line, it doesn't start straight away like the creation does. It starts a little bit afterwards, naturally, because you reuse after they've been created. And it will also start to go up quite steeply at the start. Usually we see this line kind of follows the same trend of creation to start with. It goes up. But instead of plateauing off, what will happen is it will continue to rise and rise and rise. It may even get more steeper as you go on, unlike the creation line, which tends to flatten off. And why this is really good is because what it enables you to identify, which I'm going to circle now in blue, is this moment here. This is the moment of return of investment because this is the point where you are reusing more than you create, and actually you're getting the value back from all those initial few months where you put in a lot of effort and it seemed like, I'm not sure why we're doing this. This is the moment that you're waiting for, and you can actually use metrics and use the statistics from your tools to track this. And I've kind of, on this graph, it kind of falls about 2.5 months ish, somewhere like that. It can vary. It can be less than that. It can be more than that. It depends on the number of teams and the kind of project that you're working with. But what a great moment to be able to identify the moment where it's all becoming worthwhile. And what we do with organizations is we track this from the start so that when we do reach this crossover, we have the chance to celebrate, like order a cake, have a little party with your team, really be proud of the work that you've done to get to that crossover point and starting to see the return on the things you're doing there. So that was my final make or break moment that I wanted to share with you guys. Before wrapping up, a few kind of key takeaways from these. Keep persevering. If you have reached a make or break moment in your own knowledge management journey, it probably means you're doing something right. If you can, try and see those make or break moments as an opportunity, as a chance to change something, to improve something, to do something cool. Just like with the clickbait, it's an opportunity to take your knowledge management journey to the next level. And where you can, of course, celebrate the wins. These are achievements that you can look back on as milestones on your journey to a true knowledge sharing environment, and look back and see, oh yeah, we came this far and we took these steps, and it will really get you on your way, so that when you do get to the end and you've got an amazing knowledge sharing environment, you're starting to reap all of those rewards that we talked about at the start. And of course, should you ever want any assistance or expertise or anything like that, please do feel free to reach out to our consultancy team at Top Desk. We're more than happy to offer any training or guidance or help with projects, whatever would help you best. But that's it for me, other than to say thank you very much for listening, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of the programme of the show today. Thank you.
That's great. Excellent. Some really good stuff there. Thank you very much indeed, Hannah, for sharing that. Will join us at one of the Q&A points as we go through the rest of today's event, hopefully.
Yes, I'll definitely be there. So
thank you, appreciate it. So hopefully you get a chance to maybe answer some of the questions. We've already had a couple through, which is great. So thank you very much for that. Really appreciate that. And with that, we're going to move on. So next we welcome April Allen, and April is a founder and managing director of KnowledgeBird. April specializes in knowledge management consultancy and training, covering areas such as KCS, April previously worked for many years in technical support services, and also has been a board member of the ITSMF Australia. So welcome, April, all the way from Australia.
Hi, thanks a lot. It's nice to be talking to you all.
Well, it's great to see you. It's great to have you join us. Sorry, what time is it there? What time is it at the moment? It's probably early evening, is it?
It is 6:45 in the evening, so it's not too bad.
That's okay. So thank you. Yes, really great to have you with us. And I think you'll be talking about practical and knowledge management, which is pretty cool. Why did you sort of pick on that specifically, April?
Well, ironically, I had worked out this outline for this talk last year, and I wanted to bring in the term ChatOps because it's quite common in DevOps environments, and so I wanted a talk where I could introduce that idea into ITSM. And
excellent.
And funnily enough, here we are in a position where we've been forced to work from home. So maybe it's not as uncommon as it was back then to be sitting on Slack or Teams now today as it was, 4 or 5 months ago.
Good. Well, thank you for that. Look, so without further ado, look, over to you. Thank you very much, April.
All right, thanks a lot. I might do the same as Hannah briefly and just share my webcam for a minute because I went to the effort of putting lipstick on for the first time in months. So, so it's great to see you here in GoToLand, and I'm hoping that next year I get to visit London, which was my intent for this year at this time. So sadly, not the case. But anyway, I'll get back to my presentation. So I'm the founder and managing director of KnowledgeBird, which you just heard David introduce me, and businesses come to me for when they want to improve their customer experience or increase the engagement of their employees and retain their organizational know-how, or reduce operational costs. Sometimes it's a combination of those things, sometimes it's other things, but they boil down to these 3 key areas of improvement. I talk to startups as well as large organisations, and KCS that Hannah has already talked about. I'm a KCS trainer, and so I've been able to introduce techniques from KCS to even the smallest teams and organisations, and have had measurable benefits for them. So KCS is universally applicable.
Sorry,
yes.
April, I'm just going to jump in. I'm really sorry. I think your slide deck isn't showing on the main screen, so I'm wondering if
not showing on the main
But
screen.
if you've got a chance just to share your screen again. Yeah.
Yes, I will.
Is it shared at the minute? Thank you.
I thought it was
Sorry,
shared.
I know you're in full flow there.
No, no probs.
There we are. That's it. Thank you. Sorry.
It's showing now. Excellent. No, that's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I've just talked about that, and I was happy to hear Hannah talk about the journey. It's always a journey going on knowledge management improvement efforts. So I try to stick with clients for the long term to help guide them along the path through their ups and downs, because there's always a mix of ups and downs as they go through. Now, since we've been on work from home, the knowledge management community struck up a conversation fairly soon about how to make the most of Zoom in particular, because that saw a huge uptick in use while we've been on lockdown. So I might, David, if you don't mind kicking that poll off about people using chat in the workplace now, now that they're remote, whether you've been doing that for a while or not, and it's a new thing for you.
Yeah, it's a good. People starting to click the buttons. So if you could please, everybody, all listeners, if you could just click on that. We're up to almost 40%, so almost there already.
Great. Yeah, so if you have been using Zoom as opposed to Teams, I'm not sure what Teams is like, but in Zoom you can keep the chat transcript. So if you're chairing a meeting or running a meeting in Zoom, keep that in mind, that you can keep that as a sort of form of minutes. Yeah, which is a handy tip.
It is indeed. We've got 67% so far. To do that, and then we'll close. And there we go. If we can close that, that's brilliant. Okay, what have we got then? So I'll read these out again if you don't mind, April. So we've got
sure.
to use Teams, Slack, or any other platform for team communications, and we've got 77% of the listeners say yes. Yeah, 77%. We have been collaborating in chat for a while. 19% yes, only since COVID, which is interesting. So it's 20% since the health challenges, and 5% not so far. So
yeah, that's really impressive. Yeah. Okay, great. So are you seeing my screen again, or are we still capturing?
Yeah, I think we've just, it's closed, but we've still got the poll up there. We should be able to get back to your screens by closing that. We're just closing it again.
All right, have we got it? Looks okay to me.
Good.
Okay, good. So this talk does mention tools, and there are more out here than just the ones I've pictured. You might have project management tools. You might have cloud infrastructure like AWS or Azure or Google Cloud. You could have alerts from PagerDuty. You could have all of those things. But the important thing is that the knowledge management capability isn't about the tools. It's about how the whole system works, and the tools enable that. And I like this definition of knowledge management from APQC. It's the systematic efforts to help knowledge grow, flow, and create value. And that's ultimately what we want to do with knowledge management, is to create value by sharing knowledge. So in this period of time, we'll cover ChatOps, which is what I wanted to introduce. And because most of you are already in chat, we might be able to show you a way that you can leverage that collaboration that's already happening. I'll talk about some proactive ways you can communicate with customers, how you can leverage automation for your change enablement and your change board, speeding up resolution with swarming, and what makes swarming intelligent. Intelligent swarming has been developed by the people behind KCS, so we'll talk a bit about that. And if we've got some time, there might be some questions that come up, David. I'm happy to answer any of those that might pop up. So we'll see what happens. So DevOps, you're probably familiar with DevOps by now. DevOps streamlines software through the development and the operation phase, continuous integration, continuous deployment, and so on, and it empowers cross-functional teams with ownership of those parts of the design and deployment process. So what happens with ChatOps is we see notifications of our collaboration platform where we're sitting. It might be Slack or Teams or something else. And we can also trigger commands to occur in other platforms via automations and whatnot. So it might look a bit like this. You could have ServiceNow in your monitoring and service desk operational part of things. You might have the AWS infrastructure, and you've got your chat platform in the middle. That's not quite orchestrating, but you're triggering and responding all within that place with the rest of your team and cross-functional teams. So that's what ChatOps is. It's a central place where you come together to resolve problems, but you can also kick off automated processes. There is a caveat with ChatOps. If you have scripts interacting with external APIs, you could have errors that you may not be seeing. And if you don't see those, then you'll inevitably end up with some incident somewhere and be needing to investigate. And the other potential trap is if you rely solely on ChatOps triggers for commands, you've got the potential to forget what the native commands are on the native interface. So there are a couple of things to keep in mind if you're thinking about bringing automation into your chat environment. Just keep people familiar with how to interact directly with the external interfaces. So going on to being proactive with customer notifications when there is an incident or or some ongoing degradation. Customers really are concerned about the one job that they were trying to do when the thing didn't work the way they expected. They don't want to have to reach out. It's good if we can let them know in advance. We know that a certain subset of customers will be affected by a particular service, for example. It's good when we can let them know. So status pages have come into being as a way to communicate with our customers proactively. This is an example. Stripe is a payment platform for developers. This is their status page, very simple. There's a red, green, yellow aggregated light at the top, and there's also 4 key customer-facing services here that summarize multiple back-end services. And the service names are meaningful to the audience. And when the viewers of this system status page scroll down, they'll see this half, which this is Twitter updates, but it's acting as a real-time log of more detailed information about what services were dealing with at the time of a degradation or an outage. So you get some more detail that customers may optionally follow up on. Hosted status pages came about because to have our own status page internally, if we were to have a major degradation, it could take down our own status page. So this is why hosted services came about, to be sort of a redundancy backup sort of way of communicating in case we lost our own service. So a good status page is really simple. It has that global status at the top to give customers a really quick indication of whether there's something wrong or not. A set of services that is recognizable to the audience, and a key to show what those traffic lights mean, and a real-time log that provides more information drilled down into those services. Here's an example of a status page from, I don't work for ServiceNow, by the way, but they've got a nice version of a system status page in the labs. You can see how customers can subscribe to particular services or a number of services. They've got a legend there in the left corner to show what things mean. It's very, very quick and easy to see where faults or degradations may be occurring. Companies like Apple, Reddit, Dropbox, New Relic, they all have hosted status pages. So it's good to see the service management environment going in that same direction as well. The next thing I want to talk about was bringing a bit of automation into our change process, because most organizations, a lot of enterprises have Office 365, and it provides Power Automate and Power Apps, like ways that we can bring automation into parts of our workflows. So you've got an opportunity to really streamline how your groups work together and how your meetings take place, especially now that we're in remote working distantly. We can bring change meetings into a Teams sort of arrangement. We can vote on the ways that a change might be enacted or when, and we can kick off notifications if a test fails when a change has happened, and automate a rollback and notification. Potentially, we can also kick off success notifications when a change has been deployed and all is well according to the tests. So there's definitely ways we can streamline how we do these typically face-to-face sort of processes and sitting around a boardroom table. So embrace your Office 365 and look at the ways that you can integrate your Teams or Slack sort of collaboration into those processes. Talking about working collaboratively and moving out of sort of emails and into shared workspaces like chat. We often don't have these things natively in ITSM platforms. We have to sort of add them in, and the measures we put in place or security configurations might prevent cross-functional problem solving and get in the way of the true collaboration that those chat platforms can provide us with. So let's look at how we can extend what we do in our use of our chat platforms. Normally, what's very common in technical support organizations is a hierarchical escalation. Tier 1 goes to Tier 2, Tier 3. We call this streaming. You can imagine what that looks like. And the outcomes of working that way, and we see this happening all the time, is likelihood of overloading specialists. We've got key man risk, people who are away, and it results in SLA breaches. There's no exposure to the problem-solving process for agents who have escalated. And often customer issues are bouncing back and forth because there's a misassignment. That's super common. So what swarming allows us to do is bring people together who may be able to solve the problem, and they work collaboratively with the person who needs the help and the agent who has put their hand up looking for some help. So IDLE 4 describes swarming as a method of managing work with a variety of specialists until it becomes apparent who is best to proceed, at which point others are free to move on. It saves issues from bouncing up and down between tiers, and it means more people are exposed to problem solving, which expands learning at every level. And swarms are self-organising. That's quite key to it succeeding, and there's no definitive approach for how an organisation might make it work. Sometimes it's a hybrid where there is some swarming with certain teams or certain issues and hierarchical escalation for other things. But regardless, it's a touch and hold situation where the person who first accepted the case stays with the issue through to completion, and we rely on them to recognise when they need to trigger a specialist to come in and swarm and assist on problem solving. Swarms can manifest in a few different ways. They could be dispatch swarms that meet frequently through the day, reviewing incoming work, selecting quick to solve items, and validating information to complete for any items that need help. There could be backlog swarms that meet as required by product or service specialists to review and resolve more complex ongoing issues. And there could be drop-in swarms that occur when specialists monitor open issues and jump in to assist. I think in my notes that you'll get after the event, I've included a link to an article John Hall has written about swarming and how it corresponds to the way DevOps works. So it's an extensive article and lots of useful details, so check that out. So what makes swarming intelligent? Intelligent swarming goes a few steps further. Intelligent swarming has been developed by the Consortium for Service Innovation. They are the people who've developed the KCS methodology over the last 25 odd years. So what makes swarming intelligent is we know what expertise we have. So we have these people profiles, and these people profiles capture the skills that individuals have and the skills they want to acquire. So it's not just what they know now, but the things that they want exposure to so that they can expand their learning. The people profiles have a reputation model attached to them as well, and that's so that we can understand the history of our value creation as specialists. So we can become recognised for what we've developed skills in. We also have this closing the loop, which is creating the knowledge article, and this is what happens with the agent who has taken the incident. And they've maintained ownership of the issue through the swarm, throughout the swarming and through to resolution, and they're responsible for creating and updating the knowledge article that's associated with the incident. So if you are swarming in Teams or in Slack, and you've been doing that even more in these last few months, working from home, that's a way that you can close the loop on that knowledge that could possibly be leaking right off the screen, is by involving your knowledge base activity and connecting that in with your Teams chat. So what can we say about intelligent matching? So that's matching that expertise that you have, the skills you have in your people profiles with the incidents that come up into the swarm. That may be something to do with classification. It might be automated from the content in the classification, or it might just be a spreadsheet that you keep of people's skills and having agents manually find out who those experts are and then tapping them on the shoulder in the chat room and getting them involved. Whatever, however you do it, that it can't be a black box. Everybody needs to be able to see what's happening in the incident, so that being exposed within the swarm, they get to see how the resolution ends up. That's where the learning happens. So there is a real example. Zendesk a help desk platform. It's pretty well known these days. They've adopted KCS and a version of intelligent swarming internally. They're one of those organisations, of course, where engineers were already swarming around issues within Slack, even before KCS and intelligent swarming was adopted within the organisation. So Zendesk leveraged that behaviour, and they developed an integration to create a process. They call it ShareBert, like Dilbert, ShareBert. And when they invoke ShareBert from Slack, it drafts a knowledge article from the content that's been hashtagged, and a batch script collects all the hashtag stubs and creates tickets within Zendesk for the publishers to review and publish articles within the knowledge base, or to get back to those people that triggered the script to let them know why it hasn't been added. So it's important to let people know, the same as we do with customer feedback, is letting people know that we've acted on something or a reason why we haven't done what they've thought we need to do. So that's a real life example of where KCS and intelligent swarming is happening. Things to note are that intelligent swarming should be opt-in. It's not something we can force on people. It's better in organisations with a lot of P1s and P2s, high severity issues, where normally like a war room would be a common sort of outcome in a major incident sort of situation, but instead of going to the war room, we go into the swarm. And the goal is to get those known issues through to self-service and new issues into a swarm. So closing the loop on that knowledge that's been happening, in that knowledge exchange that's been happening in chat, and creating articles for the things we now know the answers to. And anything that's new goes into a swarm if it's complex enough to need collaboration. Not everything will need collaboration, and so therefore not everything needs a swarm to be triggered. Don't over-engineer the process. Like I said, you could have a spreadsheet and do a manual sort of matching and update it frequently. And like I was just saying, collaboration is not always necessary. And if the system's good at matching the best person to fix it on the first touch, then we won't need to invoke a swarm with multiple people. So there's more information, of course, at the Service Innovation website. I don't know if I spoke really quickly or if the time has flown, but that's the end of my presentation. So David, I don't know whether any questions came. Were people posting questions?
Thank you, April. No, that's absolutely great. I mean, time-wise, it's absolutely fine, and some great content there, and some really cool ideas, I think. You know, and we've started to see that sort of overlap, haven't we, from the development sort of practices starting to come into ITSM, which I think is really cool, because it just changes the way in which people think about it, you know, and how.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit. I think a little bit more in keeping with what we're trying to do as a group of people in an organisation. I think there are a few questions that have come through, and we have got a couple of minutes. All right, so I'm going to pick out the one from this one that was asked earlier, but I think it's a good place maybe to address it. And this one is from, if I can find it, from Ryan. Brilliant question. What is KCS?
Okay, well, KCS, Hannah did bring a bit of that into her talk earlier on. KCS is knowledge-centered service. So it's a best practice methodology that's come out of the support industry, and it's about creating knowledge articles as a byproduct of doing support. So rather than being additional work with having technical writers, for example, writing articles for your knowledge base in anticipation of somebody looking for that, it's articles that come out of your case working and turning your case notes into draft knowledge articles that can be pushed through to self-service. So it's a way to maintain quality. It's a way to be agile with knowledge management, not creating bottlenecks, but it relies on a lot of trust and and understanding of what makes a good knowledge article. So it's a lot to learn. It's a lot of behaviour change and culture change, but it really accelerates how you can get customers knowledge to the customers as soon as you know the answers.
Okay, and I think Beth, was going to be talking a little bit more on that in the next one, which is great. In your experience, the usage of KCS, how, if you were to sort of, I don't know, put a number on the percentage of organisations you're seeing working with, how many? What's the speed of adoption? Maybe if you.
Yeah. So speed of adoption here in Australia.
More these days, or yeah.
Yeah, I think it's getting better. I've been a knowledge management consultant for 10 years and a trainer in KCS for about two and a half. And it's only in the last, I would say, year that I'm hearing more people talking about it. And I think what's happening is the modern help desk platforms and knowledge base solutions they've keyed into it, and they're doing a lot of content marketing around it. So the awareness is growing, definitely.
Yeah, good stuff. Okay, well, we're almost on time. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I don't think, probably due to the time and time zones, I don't think you can probably be joining us a little later, April. But if you, for some reason, you haven't got anything better to do, then you're more than welcome, right? You're more than welcome to join us. So thank you very much. Really interesting stuff. So thank you very much for sharing that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Founder and CEO of Catalink, who consult and train in service innovation, KCS again, and intelligent swarming. And Catalyst assists service management professionals and teams in developing knowledge management strategies, capabilities, and projects that deliver value through customer-centric practices. Welcome, Beth. Can you hear me, Beth? Let me check if you're on mute. Yes, you are. Let me just unmute you, Beth. If I can.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Thank you, welcome.
Thank you, very nice to be here. I'm very interested in
it's great to have you
making sure
join
that I
us.
have
And I
my
think,
screen set up correctly, David.
yeah,
Can
don't
you
worry
see
about
my
it, we'll come to
screen?
that now, right? We can see your sort of intro screen, but we'll get to that shortly. But I just want to say to our listeners as well that you're another Antipodean. I think you're sort of working out of New Zealand. So again, it's a little bit later where you are, I think, yeah?
Yes, I am. I'm working out of New Zealand.
Excellent.
And it's really great to be here talking to you all. I was in London in 2018 and also last year. And it's great to catch up with you again. What a great group.
Yeah, it's good to have you with us. Yeah, I remember that actually, and I think you were on you were on one of our global events as well. And yeah, so yeah, thank you. It's great to have you with us. I think you're going to be talking about knowledge quality, and that as a sort of crucial component of customer value realization. So we're going to get over to you. So if we can get the slides launched there. There we go. Now I can see your slides. They look great. They're in full screen as well.
Great. Okay. And you can hear my voice pretty well?
Indeed, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to be talking about what I call the 5 pillars of knowledge quality today. My background in service management started quite a while ago, and I've been working with quality across that history. Most of the time, it's been associated with service management, but service innovation is the place I like to play in. And the Consortium for Service Innovation has developed the KCS methodology, which is now known as Knowledge-Centered Service. The consortium is a group of co-competitors, I guess you could call them. They work together to innovate in service management, and they're constantly coming up with new process for knowledge and knowledge improvement. And they've done quite a bit with knowledge quality. And so I decided to focus on that for this presentation. So the pillars of knowledge quality have been identified by most of the conversations I've had by talking to people about what's really important to them when they're sharing knowledge. And I just came up with these. They don't come from the methodology, but they are definitely informed by them. So first of all, content is king, and context, sorry, is king. And most of that is to do with the fact that while we're capturing knowledge for a knowledge article, it's very important to capture the context, both from the point of view of us as a listener and also as the customer if we are talking to the customer, or even if we're getting information from an email. Capturing that context is really important. And the reason for that is that later on, they will be able to search and find their article or the article created when we were talking to them much more easily because their words will be in that article. So context can also have other areas of influence in the way we capture knowledge, and I'll be talking about that later. The second one is collective ownership. Very important in ensuring that knowledge is updated regularly and over a period of time. You probably have had experience of knowledge review, where a group of people will attack a knowledge base and try to update it. Maybe there would be thousands of articles. So it's really important to collectively own the knowledge and allow people to update it while they're using it. You may only update 30% of the entire knowledge base in a year, but certainly those articles that are updated will be our most recent knowledge as we know it now. So it's important to include that in our pillars. The license model is a model that defines who would be an actor in a knowledge process. And it clearly sets out roles so that everyone knows who is who and what they do within the knowledge process. It allows us to define how well we're doing as well in terms of our process, whether or not we are working collaboratively, whether or not everyone understands what they're doing. And it certainly can be flexible. So with the KCS methodology, I'll tell you a lot about how they've defined a license model and how that can lead to greater capability, increasing onboarding time, reducing onboarding time, and ensuring that people understand the roles that they can take on while they're working in knowledge. A really great incentive for people to move forward is, of course, to be able to increase their capability of sharing knowledge. So we'll be talking about how the licensing model assists them with sharing knowledge. Central knowledge base, of course, is a key component of every organization needing to share knowledge. And we'll talk a lot about some of the constraints as well as what are the benefits of having your knowledge in one place or as a central point of truth. Sometimes you'll be pointing to other bases, but for the most part, you want to avoid duplication and you want to make ease of access a key part of your creation of your knowledge base. With metrics, we'll be talking a lot more about metrics that are associated with quality of knowledge. There are a lot of metrics now with the KCS methodology and also with intelligent swarming. My background in knowledge management and in training is primarily focused around bringing customers up to speed quickly, but also in ensuring they have all of the strategies set out well. And metrics play a really big part in making sure that people understand how their new methodology practices are related to their strategy, and they are linked to those as well as reinforce or impact those positively. So KCS is a methodology and a set of practices and processes that focus on knowledge as a key asset of the service and support organization. So we're really going to be talking about how do we make sure that our knowledge is highest quality while at the same time being moved to the customer as quickly as possible. The central knowledge base is really where we start to work in terms of how we share knowledge. And in the very beginning, when we look at knowledge in an organization, We assess what the existing knowledge base is and what is most useful, what knowledge is there and what is most useful to them. And of course, with service management tools like the great ones that are being presented here at this conference, there are opportunities to look at how information is shared amongst people in a ticket, as well as across the ticket workflow. But we also want to collect information in a knowledge article associated with the ticket. And the reason for that is that the ticket can't be searched as an updated piece of information. It stays, most of the time, it stays static. But with a knowledge base, you can update the articles. And so therefore, as you use those articles, you are increasing the greatest asset that you have in the organization, which is the collective knowledge of everyone who's using the base. So at any one point in time, it represents the best understanding of what we have collectively learned in the organization and makes that available to each other and to our customers. Now, knowledge across the organization, as I was mentioning, is really to do with how you assess where the knowledge is useful and identify where you need to share it. So for instance, if you have a lot of SharePoint libraries and some of those are useful to people and want to be and should be available to them because there is a need, you can set up those libraries so that they have access for anyone and that the original owners who have shared the knowledge articles take responsibility for updating those knowledge articles. There are a lot of different ways of bringing your knowledge bases together. This is an example of one that we've done through Catalink with a client in New Zealand, and it was very successful with the finance, human resources, library services, and other departments wanting to be part of this because of the great services that were provided in the portal and because all of the knowledge bases could be integrated into one place. If you're interested in talking more about how this can happen and what we can do, I'm going to be doing a couple of free seminars. There will be one listed at the end of this presentation, and you'll get a link to that once I've shared the slides. Okay, so context is king is another one. It's a really important aspect, as mentioned in the earliest slide. Really, what we want to be able to do is identify the difference between articles based on our customer. So if we have similar articles and we need to store them or put them into our knowledge base because they have small differences, we need to be very careful of how we structure that. And in capturing the customer context, we might decide that we want to include the environment. For instance, you may want to differentiate between an Apple and a PC, or do two different operating systems, plus the location where the call came from. You may have other data that you would like to include in the article, but not personalized data. Generally, the information that's stored in the article is for the purpose of being able to reuse it. And generally, we do not put any information about individuals, their phone numbers, or the addresses, as we are going to use that again to solve problems or answer questions. And it's not directly related to the individual's details. So we're adding context, but at the same time, we're making it possible for people to search more easily, because when a technical person goes and searches the knowledge base by adding the environment details, ideally they will get a better hit on the service search and identify the article that's going to help them in serving and solving the problem. Another point we like to make when we're talking about KCS is that there is a solve loop, a practice system that brings us closer to the agents working and gives them a structured approach to how they solve problems within the workflow. So context is king when we bring this process closer to our agents working in the workflow. Ideally, what we want to make sure is that they capture the context of the customer, but also their own in designing that knowledge article. And we want to make it as easy as possible for them. So there is a structure for that called the KCS solve loop. And the solve loop is a loop that is not in any particular order, but it does have a focus on capture. In this particular presentation, I'm talking about capture because it's where we actually listen to the customer and capture the information that's being discussed into a knowledge article draft. And at that point, we're actually delivering a draft into the system, which can later be reviewed by ourselves and others, and then published. And the publishing process can also push the article back to review. It's a quite straightforward workflow, and ultimately, we also want to be able to archive articles. So this article workflow gives us confidence that the article is high quality. The reason we have confidence in it is because we know who the publishers are. We may also be part of the review ourselves. We may be able to have permissions to review others' articles and to push those to the publisher. So we understand the workflow well, and we know which articles are drafts, which articles need to be reviewed, and which articles are published at any one time. So if we go into a ticket and we want to understand whether some people are already working on draft articles, we should be able to see those. We should also be able to see whether an article has been reviewed and also the feedback. This loop doesn't show feedback loop. That's come from a customer or from people who are observing or reviewing the articles. There is a feedback loop as well, and that's very important too. So the license model is designed to ensure that we have a higher quality article in the end. Basically, it gives people the opportunity to set up roles and design a workflow in which teams can gain proficiency. And as a result of that work, of setting that up, everyone knows who is doing what and understands the workflow in terms of compliance. So where you have articles that are very structured and need to be reviewed by 2 or 3 people because they relate to policies or procedures that are cannot be verified unless seen by certain people, we can push those through a compliance workflow. Most tools can allow that, so that makes it easier for people to determine as they see the article coming through, as they understand that it's determined to be a compliance-based article, it gets pushed through a workflow and people can review it and keep it in compliance with the policies that we're following. So the license model sets up the roles, sets up the workflows, and gives people the proficiencies they need to review and publish those articles. Here's a license model with some KCS roles from one of the organizations I worked with. We built the group in different ways to what is always termed in the KCS methodology. In other words, we sometimes change the name of the person who's taking the role, such as candidate. A candidate is someone who can create knowledge articles, and most people should be able to do that in the system. So anyone can contribute a knowledge article, but a candidate usually has access to contribute and create a knowledge article while they're working in the ticket. And you might call them something else. There might be another theme that you'd like to use, and the candidate may be called something else. But in this case, the general role is someone who can create a knowledge article and share it fairly quickly. And sometimes they can review them, depending on their role and depending on the way we've designed the workflow. The contributor is someone who has permissions to edit other people's articles and review them, and sometimes may have understanding of the deep area of domain knowledge that's necessary for creating a workflow and also for priming the knowledge base. So these are roles that can be transferred depending on people's understanding of the knowledge flow process. And as they become more proficient, they can move from, for instance, candidate to contributor and contributor to coach or to knowledge domain expert, ultimately to publisher if they're interested in taking that role. And so these are opt-in roles, although there are some organizations that actually have full-time knowledge managers who take on some of these roles, such as the coach or the publisher may be another person who has a full-time role depending on the size of the business. So ultimately, we're building team resiliency and we're challenging people with the opportunity to move into other roles, which is really important in terms of getting momentum and continuing and sustaining that momentum. So the license model gives us a picture of what are the key roles that we do have in our organization as we move forward with knowledge, and what kinds of things do these people need to do as part of that. One of the key components of quality is making sure that we communicate the right goals. The leaders are people who should be able to communicate clearly what the role is that the others in their teams and associated with them are doing, as well as how people are being measured against what they're doing. One of the key things we say is do not place goals on activities, and making sure that leaders understand that in the way that they communicate measures and metrics to people is really important. So part of the KCS methodology really clearly defines how these things can be communicated in a communications plan for leaders. We also look at our article quality with the agents and analysts who are working in the workflow in the solve loop, as we just saw. So when they're capturing and structuring, they're ideally adding quality into the article structure by using a structured field that tells them what to do and how to write it. So there is a content standard, and it's a very important aspect for knowledge workers to refer to when they're creating knowledge articles, and that's also included as one of the key components in quality for ensuring knowledge quality ongoing. The coach is also someone who's looking at knowledge quality in terms of the teams and how people contribute in the knowledge process. So a coach will assist people in the work that they're doing and advise them on techniques they might use to improve their process for creating and capturing knowledge, as well as for reviewing, updating, and improving knowledge. So a coach is a really critical component in, especially initially when you're moving through the early stages of knowledge in KCS, building a knowledge base, developing the knowledge roles, and helping people to understand what they should be doing. Usually a coach is anywhere between 30 and 40% of their time in the very beginning, but that lessens over time. And there has generally been, most organizations have one coach for 8 to 10, maybe 14 people, depending on what type of organization it is, what kind of knowledge is coming through, and the complexity of it, and the number of agents working there. The knowledge domain experts, of course, are people who are looking at deep domain knowledge and their specialty, and they would be looking at where the knowledge quality is high or where there's a need to improve it, as well as where is there a gap in the knowledge base. So they have the right to actually prime the knowledge base with new knowledge articles based on a need, and they, of course, will be analyzing the tickets and other aspects of the interaction with the customer to determine where there might be a missing knowledge article or articles. One of the areas they would be looking at is in the self-service area, which we'll get to soon. Another important factor is collective ownership. As we move through the process of creating what we're going to do with customers and knowledge, we need to get teams engaged, and we need to agree the processes for knowledge in customer care. And this is really a fun part of designing what you're going to do with knowledge. It involves looking at where the customer is interacting with your knowledge, what kinds of things the customer is looking for there, and determining how we can tell that. So sometimes it's not as easy to determine what customers are doing up on the portal. So there are lots of new techniques now available, and because of tools becoming more sophisticated, we can do a lot more to understand the customer's interactions on the self-service portal or on the website. So as we go through the customer ownerships material here, I'm just going to quickly identify some of the key aspects of where we've come from in terms of the history of knowledge. There's a lot more of this from the KCS Academy in the training that we do. We go into depth on this, but I'm just going to give you a quick overview so you can understand basically where I'm going with it later. So in our work with understanding what customers are asking for, we look at what they're coming in with at the assisted area, and we store the unused, we store the knowledge articles. Anytime we have a new request that we've never seen before, ideally we create a draft knowledge article and share it into the knowledge base. So that means that when we receive a knowledge article, a request later, if we have an article in the knowledge base, that would be considered a known article, right? So, or it's an issue that we know because we've stored an article already. So known versus new is a considerable, it's a ratio that we need to look at later. It's an important ratio. So as we move through that process, we also may share knowledge into the base that can be used by development and engineering, and ideally levels 1, 2, and 3 are communicating that way. When we introduce self-service, where people are able to access the knowledge base directly, we have to share that into the knowledge base at a certain point in time. There is a metric for that too. Ideally, you want to have enough knowledge in the knowledge base to be able to give that customer a fairly good experience finding what they need. And so there is a whole process and structure to when you design that and when you design the access to the self-service, and at what point you would do that with the number of articles you have available, as well as how often they've been reviewed and used by people inside your organization before you self-serve. There's also the aspect of writing for the customer. If you're writing not just for internal customers and self-serve, but for external customers, there's a really important aspect to defining what that should look like and how it should read. And sometimes you may need external help with that from other parts of the organization, someone who's good at writing for the customer. But for the most part, we want everyone to be able to do that and do it quickly. So as we collaborate with everyone, we begin to understand that the knowledge base provides insights into whether or not we are handling calls that we shouldn't be able to handle, we shouldn't need to handle, if we could fix a few product issues. Very often product management comes to the fore when they start to see the knowledge base as a capture of where we are finding problems with our products. And it's easier to do that with knowledge than it is to do that with tickets, because knowledge is reused. And so you can get a count of the number of times a knowledge article has been applied in a ticket much more easily than going through and trawling through old incidents, especially with the incidents, if the incidents have been poorly populated. So we then go into looking at community conversations with the communities in social media. And one of the things that's really become clear is that the number of calls or references that we get in the assisted services, say it's 10,000 a week, it would be tripled, or 300,000, sorry, we would be moving to 30,000 for self-service. And then from that to 300,000 in the communities and social media area. So I'm going to ask you a question now by poll as to whether or not you are working in communities and serving people with a knowledge base. If you wouldn't mind, David, could you push that forward?
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Beth. I think we've got the poll up there now. So if we could ask our listeners to complete that, that would be great. And it's quite slow, this one. So could I encourage you guys, please, listening, just to give that a click.
They may not be using community forums. So I'm not surprised if we don't get any answers.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, yeah. You're absolutely right.
Great. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to give a little bit longer. So if you haven't clicked yet, if you could please, much appreciated.
That's all right.
Yeah. And there we go. Yeah, if we can close that, then that would be fantastic. And I'll do the same thing again, if that's okay, Beth.
Sure.
Okay, so we've got if your support or community forum, the number of community posts per week. We've got 96% on 1,000.
All right. Yep. So that's good.
We've got 0% on Yeah, it is. 0% on 10,000, 4% on 100,000, and 0 on 1 million. So by far, the biggest result there is 1,000, 96% on 1,000.
Thank you. Okay, I think there's a second question there.
Okay. Let's have a little look. Yes, there is indeed. Yeah, that's populated as well. So similarly then, if we can ask our listeners to have a little look at that and give it a click, that would be great.
In the community forum I'm interested in.
Yes. And that measurement is, you know, we see a lot of challenges around measuring the value, the quality, the usage from both technical, you know, as you would in a technical environment to offer services or offer solutions, but also from a customer perspective as well. It's one of those questions that people tend to ask an awful lot of. Okay, we're going to give it.
Great.
And then we're going to close.
Right,
so if you haven't clicked yet, if you could give it a quick click, and we'll close it now. Thank you.
Okay.
And let's see what we've got then. Okay, same thing again. So it's measure knowledge, views, average, numbers per week. Now, poll results say again, 1,000, 90% on 1,000, 6% on 10.
Okay. Sorry, I've lost you.
Again, the highest. Sorry, am I back? Hopefully I'm back. But
yes,
by far the highest result there is 1,000, 90% on 1,000.
Great. Thank you. Very interesting. Yeah, we're finding that most of the time when we're looking at communities and social media, it is a new space. It's an area that is definitely beneficial to organizations to keep an eye on and understand what's going on there. And having a community knowledge base that you can access to see what's happening is very valuable to, especially to product management, to understand what's happening with your product and services. So basically what we're moving towards is an escalation model that becomes a collaboration model. And we're really focusing on collaboration. So collective ownership is essential, and knowledge as a collective is very important, making sure that knowledge is a collective, collaborative experience for everyone in the organization. That everyone has access to the tools that are needed and knows what to do and who has what role. And so it needs a little bit of effort at the beginning to make sure that the teams are proactive and understand where and when they can add knowledge to the knowledge articles to the system, and why. The why is really important, because understanding why and giving people a purpose for it is very motivating, especially if it's something that's beneficial to the team and ultimately beneficial to the customer. And so if you can communicate that widely and give clear purpose to why you're doing this, you're going to have a great result. So metrics for success is an important factor. I love talking about metrics because I find that they are very motivational in terms of management understanding what we are doing and how we link back everything we're doing to the strategy of the organization and the department that we're working in. One of the key components is findability. In knowledge quality management, we need to know whether or not articles are found and how easily they are found. And so we're building content to make it easy for people to find those articles. And that's partly why we're putting context into them, and we're talking to the customer and capturing their words in the article, as well as any other details that might be useful in search. In terms of completeness, most of what we know is that's available should be up there within 90 minutes. Now, there are companies that, you know, it takes 3 or 4 days before a knowledge article will get to the surface. But there are companies also who have said, okay, we're going to make sure that 90% of our knowledge is available to the customer in 90 minutes. That's the 90-90 rule. So what we're talking about here is deciding on how we're going to do this, and people having input into it. So making sure that our knowledge is findable and making sure that it is complete in the sense that everyone's had a chance to engage in either reviewing the knowledge article before it's published, or at least eyeballing it and seeing that it is correct. So if you're going to collaborate to get knowledge up to the portal in 90 minutes, you have to have a really good, healthy collaboration process for people. You will develop people loyalty considerably by giving people rights to do this and trusting that they know what to do. It will take time, but ultimately, the more people feel accountable for and given the rights to do these processes, the more they will support them. Then ultimately, of course, you're looking at costs. So good knowledge being allowed to be circulated and shared ensures that customers are going to get access to it more easily, and staff are going to be more confident in the answers they're providing to customers, and that the knowledge that's in the base is something that they can use and be sure of. So the knowledge metrics and quality that I've just outlined here are capturing customer context from calls and in this case, it's on the increase. This is a sample. Capturing information through structured templates, which are covered in the capture process and the structure process in the KCS solve loop, and we have templates for that. Capturing cause and environment. So under that process of understanding what the context is, we also can capture that stuff into that information into the knowledge fields for reuse later. And of course, with reuse, we're searching for an article on every case in order to make sure that we know what's there, and if there is a gap, filling that gap by creating a draft. And also, if we search the knowledge base and we find what we need, we should be able to answer the question more proficiently, with greater consistency and faster. So linking articles to tickets is key to understanding what knowledge is being used. And so that's an important factor in terms of the quality as well. If people are using an article, then it should be well written. It's probably well written and researched, and it's useful to the person using it. So that means high quality, as well as looking at the improvements we need to know in terms of agents proactively updating and flagging articles. We need to look carefully at how often an agent is updating an article when they've found an error. And that's part of the coach's role, is to assist people in knowing how to do that and also making the workflow really easy for them to do that. And so sometimes the coach is engaged in reviewing this update process, and also whether or not the flag of the article, which means the agent sees a problem with it, is being acted on quickly. And that also is a key component of quality. So with licensing of permissions, we should see an increase in interest in people gaining more proficiency. And so in this case, we see that there's an update here that 60% of it is about right for a continued improvement in licensing of permissions with coaching helping. So these are some of the measures you would use in the solve loop. In the evolve loop, I'm going to focus entirely on content health. I'm not going to go into the other areas there, but they're all there and can be referenced. I'll show you the locations later where you can do that. But from the point of view of content health, we're really looking at a lot of things. There's a list of 12 items that we could be looking at in the evolve loop. But first of all, we want to make sure that we have a good KCS article structure so that the content is structured every time someone creates an article. And also that we are confident in the article state. So we know when it's in draft, we know when it's been reviewed, and we know when it's ready to be published or is in the publishing process. We also need to develop a content standard for everyone to understand how to write and in what way they should be designing or creating the metadata that goes into the fields of the article, and how they structure that, such as categories and subcategories or services that are being linked to in a service catalog linked to the knowledge. That's the kind of technical stuff that goes on when you're actually reviewing a content standard. You do look at what kind of knowledge articles do we want to write? Do we want how-to articles? Do we want how do I articles? Do we want analysis articles? And in the content standard, we help people by writing those up in a way that they can easily understand how to write an analysis article, how to write a how-to article, what it should look like, when to use bullet points, when to use bolding. And so the content standard defines those for people, and they can refer to those as they write and become familiar with those processes. Out of that, we should then be able to see greater self-service success when people are looking for articles, because they're designed in a way that provides a quality output in the sense that the articles can be easily searched on certain fields, and also people are serving them with information from the customer. So self-service success for the customer should improve. Through our self-service measures, we should be able to tell whether people are having that success, right? So ultimately, metrics for success include understanding what's going on up in that community and in the self-service area. And here are some of the measures that we can be looking at in terms of those self-service areas. What's the total demand? In other words, how many exceptions are coming through? And that's through mainly through our assisted area, but also where there's self-serve. And there's more to do with that in regard to predictive analytics that we can talk about. So I may be back later to talk about that with you. Another part is the percentage by path. So where someone is looking at understanding how easy is it for a customer to search and find. We want to know at each stage of their interaction, assisted, self-help, or community, what percentage of those people visiting are getting success. And also what percentage of success are we getting on the web? So on the web, if you have a website and you have a knowledge article search area, or people are searching there for knowledge in a knowledge base, what's happening there, as well as what's happening in our general community, and how are we managing the knowledge there. So there's a lot to do with regard to self-service success in terms of our products, our services, and ensuring that we meet the demand of customers. And that means having visibility of that. So the more the tools that we use can show us that and provide us with reports in that, the better we'll do in creating knowledge that's useful. So in summing up, KCS is a process that everyone should be aware of. And that's why I'm talking about it today, because I think that it's a methodology that informs people of the various aspects of knowledge and helps them manage it no matter what tool they're using. So the work that we do is to analyze what people are doing with knowledge, to work in with them on the tools to understand how the tools can be utilized to their greatest ability to deliver what we were just talking about in quality. And so we run courses as well as consult in this area. And the next courses coming up are on Friday, 13th to 17th of July, and August 21st and 25th, Eastern Standard Time. So if anyone is interested in logging in, those are both virtual courses. And the links will be there for you if you're interested in looking at those. The other course that we're offering is Intelligent Swarming Workshop, and that's in New Zealand time. So if anyone's interested in that, we're offering that coming up on July 21st, but it will also be virtual for any of you who are in the region, the APAC region. Feel free to join us. We're also doing a free webinar on preparing knowledge for self-service success on Friday, June 19th, Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. So that might be within your time frame if you're interested in joining. We'd love to see you there. And the links for those will be available to you in our file that we share to you. We just have to do a little bit of work there on that file to make sure that you get the right views of those slides. They're quite interactive, so they're not showing up in great ways in PDFs. So thank you so much for listening. Is there time for questions, David?
Thank you, Beth. That's very comprehensive. Unfortunately, we haven't at the moment, and I know the time zones are against us a little bit, but we have got a section for Q&A coming up
Okay,
just after the next couple of sessions, right? So if you are able to hang around, I know it's very late and I really appreciate that, then you're more than welcome to.
I'm very awake now. I think I'll be okay.
Good. Thank you very much indeed, Beth. Thank you for that. So we're going to move on, guys. And next we have Chris Hodder from CIH Solutions, who's speaking on behalf of Halo ITSM. Welcome, Chris.
Get that unmute working.
There we are. There we are. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Welcome, and it's great to have you with us here today.
Thanks very much for having us.
On using knowledge management to manage risk, also cost control, and that wonderful thing of creating value as well. So thank you for joining us, Chris. I can see your slides there. If you could just make them full screen. There we go. That's fantastic. So over to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Great. Thanks very much, David. Yeah, we're going to cover a little bit of knowledge management and how we use it to manage risk. So my name's Chris Hodder. I work for CIH Solutions. We're here on behalf of Halo ITSM today. They've asked us to speak on their behalf around knowledge management and how we can go about implementing it and to focus on some key areas for managing the risk. The presentation will be available afterwards and is a slightly longer version available afterwards where we run into a few more examples. So feel free to download that after the conference. Okay, to start with, when we talk about knowledge management, we are looking at trying to define that term. We find that in IT, it's increasingly the case that the wider business is interested in knowledge management. They refer to it as different things: intellectual capital, information management, data management, document management. But they turn to the IT department, specifically within the ITSM organization, to turn around and say, how do we actually manage this? How do we get this available? Usually because IT, as we've covered in some of the sessions earlier on this morning, IT are using it for client portals, for self-service desks, etc. But the knowledge management does go much wider than just IT. So when we're looking at how knowledge management relates to the ITSM organization, firstly, we need to factor in that the IT service management organization is probably picking up information and requirements on knowledge management from other areas of the business, which means they need to factor that in. Secondly, we find it's not about scale. I'll cover a couple of examples in a minute, but a lot of people sort of view knowledge management as this big beast that they can't sort of get control of. It can be done in smaller sections. It can be done across business units. It can be done across subject matter. So it doesn't have to be the sort of be all and end all, but as several of the people have said already this morning, it is an ongoing journey. It's not something you're just going to come to the end of. And finally, the key feature we find with knowledge management is that knowledge means different things to different people and it has different values. So we find that assigning the value to specific types of knowledge management and focusing on those high value areas is key, rather than being swamped with a sea of information that is probably more than you're ever going to get on top of. When we look at our knowledge management, we keep the processes really simple, the principles really simple. So we're looking at simply identifying what the knowledge is, collating it into one or many places, storing it and making it retrievable to the relevant users. Now, typically in IT service management, when we're talking about that, we're talking about a self-service portal and sort of shift left technologies such as AI and chatbots to help people find information and just solve their problems. But we can also make it available to the analysts. We can also make it a way to different business units for different ways of looking at things. So it's not just how do I solve my IT problem? What about how do I file my expenses claim? How do I apply for additional holidays from an HR? How do I check where a purchase order is in a finance system? So there's lots of sort of knowledge management articles across a business that don't just relate to IT. And one thing that tends to be forgotten, and I think there's been a lot of talk this morning, very useful around getting the information from the individuals. We don't just talk about documents and data. Most of the information is available from the people that do the work, and it's in their heads, and pulling it out is obviously quite a challenge, but that's something that we need to be focusing on and cognizant of. So I started to use a couple of examples. I've got two examples of companies that we've worked with. One is outside of sort of the traditional IT service management. This was for a pharmaceutical company. The thing that really impressed me about this piece was the scale of it. Literally millions of pages and database entries for research papers, results, etc. Obviously, it's pharmaceutical, it's big business. It needs to have loads of articles. They need to be retrievable. They need to be cross-referenced. And to do that, they had a very comprehensive structure. Probably a sledgehammer to crack a nut for most organizations, but for them, the business value was there to drive a structure with an underlying thesaurus. That meant people could find information easily. They could find it repeatedly and consistently, and they could apply it and keep it updated. So that was a large scale implementation that we found extremely effective. A much smaller style was a SAP managed service provider. It was a very small team. When I say a very small team, I'm talking a couple of people that were using it. They didn't have any top-down sponsorship, but they did recognize that they needed to use knowledge management to keep being effective with that small team. So they provided a structure, several which have been discussed this morning, around how they were going to control those articles, how they were going to publish them, how they were going to approve them, how they were going to review them. So they're very strict guidelines that was only available to a couple of key members of staff. But what that meant is they could very heavily focus on the end user and say, right, how is the end user going to find this information? So those were two different ends of the scale, very good examples of knowledge management, one obviously outside of IT, one very focused on the IT delivery. So in order to bring this information together, we look to provide a knowledge management framework, KCS being one of them that's been discussed this morning. What we focus on is outside of the vendor specific, so whatever the tool set may be, whatever the technology be, most of them will have a very similar life cycle: create, capture, review, release, amend and publish, and ultimately retire. We have run into examples, as I'm sure several people may sound familiar on this call. We've gone into knowledge management systems where we've been migrating from one system to another, and they've still got Windows 3.11 or Windows 95 articles available. Do retire your old information. In this framework, we refer to layer 1 and layer 2. And the layer 1, whilst I've demonstrated it here as a hierarchy, is really about providing that high level, that high business value. What's the most important data and most important knowledge functionality for your business? In most cases, we find it's going to come under the categories we've suggested there. Customer data, clearly very high value. Knowledge management, not something you're going to make available through a self-service portal, clearly, but it is very high value knowledge that you would need within the business. Compliance data certainly applies to some organizations such as pharmaceutical and finance more than it does others. But compliance information, how we manage that, we find very, very high value. In the cases of things like managed service providers, it might be a competitive edge. In case of financial organization, it's a regulatory requirement. So compliance is key. Legal information may or may not be related to customer data. Do you have contracts with clients? Are they easily accessible? SLAs, in the case of IT service management, we find SLAs is problematic in most cases. Either the IT service management team are unable to define what service levels they're offering to the customer because it's with legal, or the vendors that they're taking services from, they don't have the SLA information readily to hand, or knowledge management. We've got other categories that we use there which will have different value for different businesses: service continuity, financial information, security information. Below that, we then have a different level of categories. These may be metadata, depending on your toolset functionality. It may be searchable terms. It may be keywords. There's a number of ways the toolsets will utilize these, but we're talking about things like service contracts, contract changes, client emails, increasingly pulling information from client emails and email systems, or Slack or Teams or various other communication methods becomes critical. So we look at layer one as the high business value information. How are you going to group that information together, both within IT service management and as a demonstration for the wider organization? We then have a layer two classification. This is everything else. So this is how do we, this has lower value, but it may be quite key to a high value level of information. So something like, how do we, as a lower level, how do we look at design documentations? It's not going to be something that from a technical perspective we're going to make available from a self-service, but it will have high value to the self-service for providing support for external organizations. So it would cover all sorts of articles, but it's going to be a lot more sort of search driven and metadata driven than it is a formal structure to find that information. Tends to be more available to internal teams, something where it actually works for the internal team and they know what they're searching for rather than an end user portal. When we have those layer one, layer two, and we know what the high value information is, we work into a knowledge management framework. Again, iterations of this have been discussed several times before. We are looking at audit, mapping, classifying, assemble, and integrate. We do this as an iterative process. So as has been discussed this morning, knowledge management being a never-ending journey, we constantly run through this framework for both level one or layer one and layer two levels of information to ensure that we're getting consistent information. I'm going to whip through these couple of slides here, just that they will be available for download, just to explain level one, audit. Do you know what the knowledge management looks like? Do you know what your sources are? How do you collate all that information together? What level of information do you need to collate? As part of that audit and into phase two, into the second stage, we'd be looking at mapping it. Where is it? It doesn't necessarily need to be in one place. It might be across multiple different data sources. Clearly, if we can move to one place, it's going to be easier to manage it on an ongoing basis. But as we start looking at the value that ITSM teams are providing across the business, sort of enterprise service management, you're not going to necessarily put everything in one place. HR will have their systems, finance will have their systems, legal will have their systems. They're not going to want to put everything in the ITSM system necessarily. So you will need to collate that information through. Classifications, so we've covered their layer one and layer two. Again, more detail of that will be available for download after this conversation. Assemble the information. How do we assemble it, or do we bring it together in a way that is usable for the user? Do we have document numbers? Do we have versions? How do we manage this? Some of it may be handled by a document management system, in which case, are we able to integrate with those document management systems? Do we make it all available from within a single knowledge management database, or do we bring it together collectively? So there's a number of areas that we're looking at here. All of this helps you manage your risk profile, your cost profile across the wider business, because we now know what knowledge we're looking for. We now know what we're trying to manage and how we're trying to provide information. So to put this into context, we provide 4 different hotspots. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm just going to cover the one. The other 3 will be in the wider slide deck. So the most common one we come across within an ITSM organization is the client portal. Many people will have client portals. Many people will have varying degrees of success in terms of its adoption. Knowledge management, we find, is key to good adoption from a client portal, but it does hold a risk of poor reputation if you don't have good information. If the customer doesn't find what they're looking for, it's very difficult to drive them back to that repeatedly when they've been there a few times and can't find what they're looking for. Other examples that will be available for download are legal and commercial. What's the cost of litigation in the event that you can't find the information you need? When things go badly, they tend to go very badly. Compliance. If you fail an audit, what's the cost associated to that? What's the reputational risk? Do you have to rework elements of your organization to hit compliance goals? For some organization, that will be critical, others less of a requirement. And service continuity, I think obviously everyone's very well aware of the COVID-19 situation. I suspect several people have had challenges with their IT service continuity. Making knowledge management out, how many people have already had or have very quickly needed to put together knowledge management articles on how you remote access an office. We find that's quite a popular one these days. And how do you request remote access? How do you request equipment that you may need to work from home? All those sorts of knowledge management articles are being created, I guess, globally very rapidly right now. So I said focus on one, I'll focus on the hotspot client portal. So IT service management, most tools have a self-service portal. Most of them allow you to log incident problems, requests. They communicate self-service statuses for your CIs and your services, fairly standard, and most of them will include some form of knowledge management. If we're looking at that, who's responsible for that? It's typically going to be the IT service management team. And it's really the face of the IT service management team into the rest of the business. So knowledge management is key here. We want to make that information available. The high value information needs to be very easy to find. The slightly more technical information you may not be surfacing through the client portal. You may want to. And there's multiple different sources of data. So you can use the service desk. You might have a knowledge management article around security policies, around HR policies for using IT technologies. All of this information you may well want to service up through IT service management and through the self-service portal. The real risks that we're trying to mitigate by making sure we have a structured level of data and portal and accessibility, we're looking at information is not going to be collected at the right time. So SLA information gets breached. You have a self-service portal, you're not aware of it, you haven't found the information, the customer hasn't found the information, they've logged it as a P1 and suddenly you're going to breach SLAs. Incorrect information. If you waste business time by having wrong information up there and they're focusing through, there is a risk to that in both the IT reputation and the actual cost of the business following the wrong path for resolutions or restorations of services. Having the right information but not having it available, that's a huge risk. We often have pockets of information dotted around the business, but it's not available to the right people at the right time. Certainly a challenge. The risk to that obviously is people won't find it. If they don't find it, they can't action it, in which case they may be inefficient in what they're delivering. Productivity will suffer and IT's reputation will suffer accordingly. And not all information is collected. I say, when I cover not all information being collected, I'm referring to the high value information. It's probably fair to say you'll never collect all the layer 2, the lower value information. There's a law of diminishing returns on it. But the high value information is something that you're going to want to make sure is all in one place. It's available to the client portal, either internal or external customers, depending on your business. And it's very key to make sure that that information is going to be useful to those people. So there are 3 other example hotspots which will be available on the download. But I'm conscious on everyone's time, so I'm just going to drop into a few key takeaways. The knowledge management framework, it's got to be considered a scalable solution, and it's got to be in place from day one in our experience. It's very timely, it's very costly, it's very demoralizing to be running through knowledge management articles again and again and again, because you haven't got a framework on how to structure it. We've seen numerous cases where self-service implementations are delivered again and again and again because that knowledge is not just available in the right place. We do work on knowledge management, and we assume that there are sources of information available across the business, not necessarily in your IT service management tool. As I say, they could well be in HR, finance, SharePoint, some file repositories. They might be in folders sitting on desks, but we need to try and bring it out and make it available on demand when we can. The success of implementing knowledge management, in our experience, it resides with the management and the ITSM organization. Knowledge management doesn't just magically appear. You might have lots of information that gets you a good starting point for those, but it doesn't necessarily just materialize. You do have to have buy-in. It does take time, and it does drive value. A very useful conversation this morning that was discussed around that return on investment. That return on investment occurs because you've got management buy-in and they're allowing you to collate all that information together and make it available. I think from that side, that's all I had to cover today. As I say, the slide deck will be available for download. There is a longer slide deck with more examples in there for hotspots.
That's great. Thank you, Chris. Very, very comprehensive there. An awful lot of detail, which is great. And hopefully you'll have an opportunity to join us on a couple of the QA sessions for the remainder of the day.
Yep, that's fine. Look forward to it.
So hopefully we'll catch you soon. Brilliant. Okay, we're going to move on, guys. And next we welcome Sten Matu. And Sten is a senior knowledge consultant at Upland Software, and they specialize in enterprise work management solutions. And Sten also is a KCS certified trainer. Welcome, Sten.
Thank you, David. That seems to be one of the themes today.
Absolutely.
Some of the speakers, yeah. Which
is
always
and you know, but doesn't that make sense?
Exactly.
It just makes sense, doesn't it? Doesn't it? So thank you for joining us, Luke, and I think you'll be.
I've lost you, David.
It's, perfectly timed, really, isn't it? So especially with the current challenges we have. So thank you for that, Luke. And without further ado, I can see your screen is ready. Everything's ready to rock and roll. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for obviously giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys today. Like I said, listening to some of the presentations already this morning, there's quite a lot of overlap with what I'm going to be speaking about today, but I will try to basically put that into context with what we're going through right now with the COVID crisis as well. For someone like me to basically be speaking this far, and it's a bit of a gift and a curse. The curse is, like I said, there's a lot of overlap, but the gift is for you guys that when we're going to go through each one of these presentations and we're going to be speaking to you about our experiences with knowledge management, the one thing that will be coming through to you loud and clear is where that overlap occurs. You know that you've been speaking to people who have got experience within knowledge management, and from our best practices that we've picked up over the years from working with the companies that we've worked with, we're able to basically give you those hints and tips and those best practices as we go along. So just before I kick off, just a little bit about me. Like David has just said, my name's Sten Matu. I'm a senior knowledge consultant and a KCS trainer at Upland Software. Previous to working with Upland, I've held roles in telecommunications, in the media, and the last role that I had before I came to Upland was as a operational knowledge manager, where I had to deploy a knowledge management strategy to 10,000 agents worldwide in different business units. So I understand the challenges that come from not only one area of knowledge management, but as Chris just said, there's multiple ways in which knowledge management can be used, and the use cases are always different with each area that you work in, even if you work in the same company. So what I'm going to cover today, I'm going to start off and I'm going to give you my 3 principles for a successful knowledge strategy within an organization. And this could be something that if you've not gone on the knowledge management journey yet and you're looking to set something up, these will be helpful in that thinking process of obviously when you're getting ready to set up. But also you can apply these to any strategy that you've got in place at the moment. They're very, very simple, and they will obviously help you get a bit more improvement in the areas where you might need to take a look at, and you might have some pinch points. So what are those 3 principles? Well, the first one is a single source of truth. Anyone who's ever heard me speak about knowledge management before will know how passionate I am about this, and I'm going to scale it down for this session, but because there is much more that we can start to talk about when we look at that single source of truth. Second one is clicks to content, and I'll talk about that a bit later on. And finally, teamwork makes the dream work. One thing that is key in any kind of strategy is people, and it's people that make things happen. People trust people, people learn from people. So we'll go through in that in a bit more detail later on. And finally, using knowledge management tools to support your people through a crisis. Like I said, we're living in unprecedented times. The new phrase for this year is the new normal. Many of the people that I'm working with at the moment have gone through challenges of trying to just basically change the way that they're working to fit this new model of working from home, and that brings its own challenges. So what can you do if you've got a knowledge management platform and you're a knowledge team? How can you support your people through these changes and through some of the problems that they may be facing? So let's kick off. It's an always good starting point to look at the challenges that people have with knowledge management. So I've got a couple of slides that go through some stats from studies that have been done, and I promise this presentation is not going to be laden with those. It's just a couple of slides. So the first one is the SHRM study, which looked into Fortune 500 companies and how they were basically using knowledge. And what they found is a staggering 32 billion was basically being lost a year through failing to learn to share knowledge. Now, considering that this study was done in a time where it was business as usual in the world, when you look at a time where we're at right now, where companies are looking at, any organization is looking at how do we improve what we're doing, how do we make sure that we're running as efficiently as possible. Now, when we get into these kind of challenges, I guarantee you that if this study was done right now, that number would be way bigger than it is. So it is something that starts the alarm bells ringing higher up the chain and starts getting people to think about, right, okay, what is it about knowledge management that is important, and why is it something that we should be thinking about? Through that same study, they found that 40% of workers cannot find the information that they need. So even if the information is there, there's a challenge to find it, but also there's information that's not there. So 40% of people not being able to find knowledge is, again, something that should start ringing the alarm bells. Now, if we put that into context of how that would look as part of a typical call, so a Forrester study went to look at, it sampled calls and looked at what makes up that call. And what they found is that 68% of the average calls that they sampled was 68% of that time was to find what it is that you needed to resolve the issue that the customer was having. So that's a massive amount of time on the actual call itself that you're trying to just search for knowledge, find what it is, and then be able to work with your user, your customer, to make sure that you can get the response that you need, and obviously try to fix the issue that's there. When we put that into money terms, in a Gartner report, an end-to-end call in a blended setting could cost as much as £75 per call. And the problem-solving element of that call was around £50 per call. It could go up to £50 per call. So you look at the cost of what it's actually costing an organization with the amount of time they're trying to find the information. If it's there, if it's not, they're going to have to ask other people where that information is, and obviously then respond to your customer. So when we look at that monetary value, that is something that screams out, right, okay, there's something that needs to be done. But we also need to look at this from a customer's perspective. So where a customer is having those challenges to try to find that content, or trying to find the information or resolve the issue that they've got, won't have an impact on the monetary value that you're seeing through these kind of stats, but your NPS is getting an absolute battering if they're not going through and being able to find what they need or get a resolution when they call your service desk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides a nightmare scenario. It's always good to go with the worst just to show you what's there. And this has been based on an organization that I was working with that had different elements of knowledge sporadic across the organization and how they were using it in different areas. So what I did with them is sat down and I pieced together the flow of what they've got, put this nightmare scenario in front of them just to basically demonstrate how it's working for them at the moment, and if they were to go with some of the initiatives that they were thinking about, and then going on to the first one of my points, which is the single source of truth. So put yourself into the position of a customer. You've got a bit of time, you've got an issue that you want to get sorted, and you want to try to do it as efficiently as possible. Now, all of us on this call, I guarantee you that anytime that you're sitting there and you know that you need to work on something and find something out, the first thing that you'll probably do is you'll go to the web, whether that's through Google and leading you through to a self-service site. So with this particular organization, say this customer goes through to their website. Now, what they had is a frequently asked questions section. So it wasn't totally self-serve and self-help. It was just frequently asked questions that were collated across the organization from product and process teams, and then basically reviewed every 3 months to make sure that it was correct, or the onus was on the product or process managers to basically send the information through that they would update on as soon as they received it. Now, for this customer, if they went through and they found something that they didn't think was the right answer that they actually wanted, the next element that they would go through to is to use a chatbot. Now, in this organization, they were developing a chatbot, but the team was different from the online team. And what they were doing is then building a repository of a certain subset of products that they dealt with and services that they dealt with. And they were creating knowledge that would sit in a repository that was written in a way that could be picked up by the chatbot that they had, and it would then basically deliver the information to the customer. So what you're seeing already in this scenario is you've got two different sources of information that the customer may be they may be able to consume. So again, in this nightmare scenario, what if the customer then has gone through to the chatbot and found that the information isn't consistent with what they've just basically read on the website? The next thing that they will do is they want a human response. They want to speak to a human being because they will be able to then give them the information that they need. And the call comes through to your contact center or your service desk. Now, this is where we spin the wheel, and obviously it lands on whoever the call goes through to. And again, in this scenario, you get through to advisor A, who has got a repository of information that they've collated over the years. It could be desk aids, it could be post-it notes that they've basically put on of problems that they've dealt with. It could be emails that they've saved in their inbox, which gives them information of what's available. You could get through to an advisor who hasn't got access to that information. So what they're going to do is then transfer you through to someone who may have the information on that particular problem that you're facing, and it goes through to a different department, and the colleague again will then deal with the information. Or what they'll do is they'll try to find a SME or a team leader to go and ask for that information. Again, this is just adding on time. So when you look at the time perspective from a customer, in this scenario, they've got 3 different avenues to basically contact the same company. What they found is the information is different at each point. So the trust level by the time they get through to the contact center is probably less. And they've spent more time to try to basically resolve an issue. So they wouldn't be happy with the outcome totally, even if you're able to basically resolve the issue that they're having. From a company perspective, what you're looking at is you've got 2 teams that are writing content in different ways for their own initiatives, which are customer facing. And then internally, you've got people who are saving content, and it's saved locally in between all of them. So you can see that there's a lot of risk in each one of these when you look at the customer experience to try to get to the right information and the right answer that they need. So let's look at this in a different way. So single source of truth, why is it important? Basically, what you're doing now is you're able to get a centralized knowledge base, which has got all of the information and everyone is able to use it. So we're leveraging all of the information from the single source of truth. The knowledge base is where all the knowledge sits. Now, that doesn't mean that it has to be in just one tool. If your tool's got capability of a federated search, then obviously that's available as well. But when we look at this, and this is where KCS comes into the process, and something that Beth mentioned earlier, is when we capture the content that comes in. So as the new issue comes into the contact center, through KCS, what you're able to do is capture the context of the problem in the moment in the customer's language. So that will help you to write something which is understandable not only to yourself, but to the customer as well. If someone new to the business comes in, they'll probably have more likelihood of understanding something in the context of a customer rather than the jargon that's been built up over the years by people who have been working with a longer tenure. So as they create that content, it's in the customer's content, it's been reused, it's now validated that it can be published to the self-service website, it's gone up into the cloud, and now your web team, your chatbot can leverage that information. Now, the good thing about most of the knowledge management tools that are available right now, which are dedicated knowledge management tools, you are able to then basically split out through the templates that you create is the content that will be visible to each area. So again, what you're doing is you're having one article which is available, but if there is something that the customer shouldn't see, it's switched off for their particular access method. So for your chatbot and your website, it wouldn't be visible to them, but what the advisor would be able to see when a known issue comes in is what the customer may have done to try to basically self-serve and resolve the issue for themselves, and they can then pick up at that point from the internal steps that you would need to do. So a single source of truth in this context is something that will just basically improve that customer experience. It also improves the time that it takes to basically resolve with known issues, because the group of advisors that are using that content have got ownership, and they'll be able to add to that as and when there's something else that can be improved on that particular piece of content. So you've now got the content, it's sitting in a repository which we call the single source of truths. That's the knowledge base. So the next element would be text the content. And this is the access that you're going to have to the content that's available. So the first thing that you need to think about is, does your delivery method provide a path of minimal effort? This often gets called as the path of least resistance. I try to flip that round and just put it into minimal effort, because I want people not to fear what they're trying to find and go into that negative, but let's try to make it as easy as possible to get to that information. So that could mean what the actions that you have to take as an advisor to get through to that information. So the search, as you search, is it something that is easily findable? So have you created content that can be found very easily within your search algorithm? When you've got your search results, do you have to scroll down to find that with its relevancy? And once you've got it, you've clicked on the actual article itself, it brings it up and it's got the information that you need and how you'd be able to consume that. If you're using something like a decision tree or a guided help tool, then looking at that, and have you been able to basically improve the flow of that? So I know that with journeys, what you do is most people will fall into the trap of going with yes, no answers, and that will then just extend the steps that you will have within a decision tree. One client that I've been working with, what we did is we looked at their decision trees and we were able to cut out steps just by putting additional information into the article where you've got a question that could then basically direct them to things that they could do to maybe even avoid going through to the next steps. So looking at what it is that you can basically do to improve the usability of your knowledge by reducing the amount of effort it takes for a user to get to that point. Now, something that Beth mentioned was content standard, and this one basically goes into that. So is content structured in a way that's easy to follow while working on the issue? So your content standard and your article style guides that you're going to create, make sure you look at those and think in the context of when it's being created, right? have I got all the information that is here? Is it clear for me to basically put these into these template fields? So before we give the power to authors to create the content, what we need to do is we need to give them a map of what good looks like. And a useful tip here, and this is something that I did with the implementation in my last role, is when we developed the content standard and an article style guide, we created those as articles themselves, and we put them into an area of the portal that would be available to authors, so they would be able to then see the content that was there, and they would have that additional support when they're just ramping up to write new articles. So if there was something that they needed, the articles were there as well. Now, by doing that, what you're doing is you're showing what it will look like on a page. And when you can visualize what that article is going to look like on a page, or those elements are going to look like on a page, it's easier for you to understand how that is going to be consumed by your end user. So that's something that I would definitely say is a tip, and something to note is to make sure that you visualize your content standard and your article style guide. And the last one in this area is, will an external user be able to self-serve with a limited number of actions? So where we've got the internal use case for creating knowledge and people interacting with a knowledge base and the articles that they're going to be using, there is that element as well. Is if someone doesn't understand something, the hand can go up, or you can go and ask John, who's sitting at the end of the desk, right, I don't quite get this, I can't find this article, can you just basically give me a hand if he knows where it is? So that's not something that will be available to a self-service user. They're looking for something in the moment that they need very, very quickly. And this is one of the challenges that I gave to my team when they were creating content which would ultimately go into that self-serve space, is to look at how you reduce the clicks to content. So the challenge is can you create a path to get to this knowledge and to the resolution of what a customer would need to do in under 3 clicks? Or at the very most, get to 5 if there is something that is within the article that they have to link to, and they would then have to go and find. And it's something that then changed the psyche of my team to then go out to the authors that they were speaking to, and obviously develop a way of making sure that everything was as succinct as possible, that we're trying to make sure that the user who is interacting with the knowledge base has got the best possible experience, whether they're internal or external. They can get to the content that they need very, very quickly. So you've got the content and you've stored it somewhere. They're the 2 elements that we're looking at, which are the actions of what you will do that will help to do this. But like I said earlier, the most important thing with anything that we do is people. And people are the ones that are going to basically make sure that this is a success. So what do we do to make sure that we've got everyone on board within the teams that we work in? So teamwork makes the dream work. And it's something that if you saw my profile picture very early on, it's on there. It's something that is a principle that I'm sending out on emails on a regular basis to my colleagues as well. Anytime that we're working on anything and we want to make sure that it's a success, it's ultimately it. So giving ownership empowers people. So again, when we look at KCS methodology, it's all about empowerment. Giving even a candidate the ability to start to create the article in the moment when they're speaking to a customer. They know, because they're the experts at that time, to what the customer's sentiment is and what they're trying to basically get sorted. They will know more than a product team at that point of what the problem is that the customer is facing or the user is facing. So give them the power to basically start to create that. And as you go through the licensing model, obviously that's when you become more proficient, and obviously as you go through the licensing model, your confidence will basically grow within that as well. So by empowering people, you've got ownership in the product, and the product as in the knowledge strategy that you're developing. And if you've got the ownership in that, you'll be more driven to work towards its success. So again, when you wake up in the morning, if you know that you're going into work and you're going to be able to make a difference with everything that you do, then that's something that you're going to work towards, and you'll be empowered to do that. You'll be happy to do that. If you're just going into work to do exactly what your boss has told you in a linear fashion, then you might get those mornings when you wake up and you have that deep sigh looking into the mirror, what am I doing? So what you want to do is make sure that everyone is part of that process, and give them the ownership to let them know that this is for you, built for you, and by you. The next one is treat every day as a startup. And by this, what I always wanted to do with my teams is never stop thinking about what the next best thing is that you can do, right? So once we'd implemented the strategy and we'd implemented the knowledge management tool that we went with, it was a case of, at that point, I don't want the brakes to come off, and I don't want you to stop thinking about how we can continuously improve this. So once a month, I would arrange a session where every member of the team would come with an idea of how they could improve an area of the knowledge base or the portal groups that we had, to make sure that we could improve those. And remember, this is the information that they're getting back from the users by interacting with the users. So we would go through, we would stick on one element that we'd all agree on, so we'd vote on which is the one that we want to move forward with. And for the rest of that month, I would basically put together a little squad to go ahead and work up that idea and hopefully basically come with a solution by the end of it. And we were doing that quite regularly. Quite often, it was quick fixes that we were able to do, and then we could move on to another idea from the batch that we had for that month before we had that next meeting. So by doing that, what you're always doing is you're keeping people enthused by the work that they're doing, and through that, a passion that they have for basically working on the project and their idea and bringing that to life, you're continuously improving the content and the delivery methods that you have within your knowledge base. So the last one is getting to know your users and how they consuming knowledge and make them part of the journey, right? Collaboration definitely is key. So Beth alluded to this as well, is some of the tools that are available these days. You can look at the metrics that sit behind it. So run reports. There's no better indication of what's happening on a knowledge base on a daily basis than running a report. So run reports to find the searches that aren't working. Run reports to look at how people are interacting with the knowledge base. So how many people are searching, what are they browsing, what are the paths to get through to the content that they get through to. Some of the tools that are available, so in my case with Right Answers, we encourage people to basically leave comments for articles that they might find an issue with or they want to basically flag. And by doing that, it's in the workflow for the author to then basically connect with the user who is basically giving them that information. By doing that, what you're doing is you're building trust within your user base. In all of the industries that I've worked in, there's been times where people will have some great ideas about how to improve a certain area or a certain piece of content or the work that they're doing. But what happens is by the time you fired off that email to whoever, it's out there in the ether. And most of the time, nothing ever comes back to you. You don't know where that is and how that's being dealt with. So making sure that you're always in touch with your end user. When they give you feedback, get back to them. Let them know exactly what's going on, and if there are any changes. Sometimes it is a case of no, that is totally correct, but at least they then know that their voice is being heard when they're trying to contact and trying to improve the process as well. So always basically give them the in, give your users the in. It's only because of the users is why we create the content in the first place. If we didn't have users, we wouldn't need content. So it's really important to make sure that you take your users on the journey with you and include them as a virtual member of your team. If you've got the ability to have champions in remote sites who maybe not be aligned with a knowledge management team, but if you can have them involved in the process, they're your eyes and ears on the ground. They're the ones that will basically help troubleshoot within a remote operation, but at the same time as well, what they'll be able to do is give you that information back. Now, where we are at the moment with COVID, this is equally important. You've got thousands and thousands of people who on the fly have had to start working from home. And when you're working from home, you haven't got that support function that you may have in an office. And that's why it's important with everything that we're speaking about, knowledge management, by giving someone the tools to answer those questions quickly and have the confidence to know that they can either type or do a linear search to find that particular piece of content. It's reassurance. And reassurance in times like these works for not only your advisors and your users, but also your customers too. So it's important that we start looking at knowledge management as an essential tool, especially when we go through problems like we're facing at the moment. So In the context of work, knowledge management is very, very important. But how can you use your tools to basically give them added support, especially through times like this? So a couple of the clients that I've been working with have really adapted really quickly through the COVID period. One in particular, they started at it was probably around mid-March that they were looking at turning their contact centers into remote working. Everyone was given the equipment, and they were basically set off, right, okay, let's get into work in your own homes. So as that started growing and growing, what they found is they needed to basically connect with their people. So they used their knowledge base, not only for the knowledge that would help the customers, and not only for the knowledge of how to basically set things up at home, but also well-being articles. So what can you do when you've got a bit of a break and you want to do some exercises? A couple of articles basically put into the knowledge base and communicated out that, okay, this is here for you. So if it's there were some desk exercises that you could do, there was also some meditation exercises that they basically put into their knowledge base, and it was a good use of keeping the content in a place where the users are interacting on a daily basis as well. Now, if you put this into a separate website, what you've got is you've got a third application that you would have to open outside of the two that you're working on in your day-to-day job. What they also did is they set up dedicated areas of content around home working. So in Right Answers, we've got the ability to create shortcut panels on the support agent portals. And what they were able to do is by clicking on one of those, they created a hub, a COVID hub, which had not only the wellbeing articles, but also the information on new products that people may be using for the first time. And that's something that we've got as well, and we've actively given this out to not only our customers, but we've encouraged other people as well. Through COVID, there are going to be people who are scaling up and obviously working from different locations remotely. So what we've done is we've created a portal, self-service portal, which is there for anyone to use. All you need to do is just go to knowledge.uplandsoftware.com, and it's got information on using networking tools. So some of the logos that you see at the bottom, they're there. And if anyone does want to basically do that, like I said, it's totally free, and you are able to go and use that. It's not a sales pitch, honestly. And lastly, look for the use cases beyond what you already have and involve the frontline. They are the ones that they know what they need. So throughout all of this, again, where we look at collaboration is key, where we look at the teamwork makes the dream work, is invite any kind of information that you can find useful from your users to help them, and look for the use cases within the tools that you've got, like I said, by putting in wellbeing articles or making those COVID hubs. Really simple steps that again will help your people have that reassurance that yes, we're being looked after, we're being cared for, we might be remote, but there is a level of support that we've got, and we're able to do our jobs to the best of our ability because we've got an abundance of content that we can rely on at any point in time. So quite simple steps there, and like I said, there is quite a lot of overlap from the other things that have been mentioned this morning, but for yourselves, obviously pick those elements and look at those and see how you can start to implement some of these into your knowledge management strategies to help your people. My details will be on the slide, so if you do want to reach out to me, feel free to. I'll be happy to basically speak to anyone about some of the things that we've spoken today and look at some of the use cases that you've got as well. KCS training as well, if that is something that you're interested in, if you go to the Right Answers website, we also do have dates as well, not clashing with Beth obviously, but there are dates coming up over the next couple of months as well for both the certification and also for one-day courses as well. Okay, and that's everything from me. So again, thank you for inviting me to speak to everyone today. And I hope that you found some of the elements of what I've spoken about useful, and you're able to basically apply those to your own organizations. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks. And yes, indeed, there was some really good advice in there. But not to worry, what we're going to do is we're going to have our Q&A as we normally would, and we're going to run the Q&A to 12, and then we're going to come back at 12:15. So instead of a half-an-hour break, we're going to go for a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back on time, okay? So we've got limited time for questions here, but we'll have some more time a little bit later. First question for the panelists that we still have with us. This one's from Ken. How do you determine the critical mass of a repository, so the information in a repository before launching that knowledge management sort of self-service thing. So what now we've got quite a few people on let me just get you back on, like, yeah, okay, now everybody should be able to answer, hopefully. I will get an answer, hopefully. So just to reiterate on that one, what point do you launch? When do you know you've got enough information in the system for it to be a successful launch? Does anybody want to take that? You can jump right in, guys, or I can ask another question. It's totally.
So I would say, hi, it's Chris Hodder. I think the question I would drive there is again that high value. You're never going to have all of the information in there. There's kind of never a place to say, yeah, we're there. Look at your high value information. If you've got your high value information that starts driving business and driving the users to use self-help and to use that knowledge article, when you feel comfortable, yeah, do you think you've got the high value information in there? Then make it available to people. Get feedback. Go through that iteration. Start the process flowing. You're never going to know when you've got enough information in there until you start people using it.
I'll make a comment too.
Go on, you. Sorry, Beth. Go on, you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, there is a metric for analyzing the knowledge before it goes to the self-service portal within the KCS methodology. The suggestion is that after you've had enough articles reviewed, the total amount of articles that you could put up at any one time would have to be searchable and easily searchable. So if you have, say, for instance, 200 articles that have been reviewed, and you feel that through your analysis of the articles that you've got filled the gaps in the base, you can begin to power those up to the self-service portal when you've got to 50% of them being used by your internal staff and having been confirmed as being good enough. So using it with internal staff using and reviewing. In some organizations, they have a limit of they need to see 2 people using that article before they will publish it to the self-service portal. But it depends on whether it's internal use or customer use. As I mentioned earlier, customer use might be different. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does, Beth, and I think certainly you know, a key stakeholder in all that is the people who are going to use the content. So I think it really depends on that kind of feedback, and probably alludes to some of the stuff Stin was talking about. And this probably leads on to the next question. Actually, this is from Pratik, and he talks about the pain areas, which I think we all understand and we've all seen. The pain areas in getting customers to adopt and use self-service and you know, self-help, and redesigning the service catalog or whatever you need to do to make all usage, and obviously on the customer experience as well. And his question is, how do you accelerate that? How do you accelerate sort of that move of adoption, usage, value? How do you accelerate that?
I think communication's the key on that. When you're going through an implementation, obviously when you're trying to do something which is self-serve, if it's not communicated, so you could build the best self-service portal in the world, and it would have all the information that is there. But if it's not something that you're letting your users know is available, and you're not basically trying to funnel through into that in every way that you can, then obviously it's not going to get used. Now, human behavior comes into it. If you internally, if you're setting something up, and people have been so used to not using a knowledge base internally, then what is it that you can do to help them to start using that particular method? So if there's any value add that you've got within your portals that you can use that can help outside of just knowledge and bring the user into that realm, then that is something that you should always actively used to do. And obviously use cases will be different across the board. With customer self-service, obviously that is something that again, when we look at what Beth spoke about earlier, there is a massive amount of a shift towards social media and communities and interacting with your users and your customers in that public domain and that public space. And you're probably going to get more contact through that because it's what people are used to in the wider world. So at any point in time where you are using those elements and those platforms, that's where you really want to basically go in and start to encourage the use of self-serve. So as people interact, is that the first question should always be is, okay, have you been able to take a look on our website and take them through that? And that's something that within one area of the work that I've done with a particular customer, that's the one thing that they've done is they've looked at it. So even as that call comes through into the service center, what they've done is they've talked them through the steps within a self-service article and just basically shown them what they need to do as they've been talking through the elements of what the customer would need to do to help fix the issue that they've got. With that visual on the self-service site, as the customer goes through it, if that call gets dropped, if they have that problem again, what they're now empowered to do is go and self-serve. So there is an element of you can't just push it out there and hope for people to start to use it. You have got to encourage people to use that. And sometimes there's a reluctance to say to someone when they're a customer as they come through, some people think that it's the wrong thing to do to say, have you checked our self-service website? It's that thinking and that behavioral thinking that you've got to change, because what you're actually doing, you're trying to empower them. And if you can empower a user to basically self-serve, then that obviously gives you the opportunity internally to work on the new cases or the more complex cases. And if a customer's been able to self-serve once, the chances are they're going to do that again, because it's going to save them a lot of time rather than having to go through the steps that they've previously gone through.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. And again, these questions are all very similar. We've got a couple of minutes before the break, right? I'm gonna ask this one again, open to the panel. It's from Amanda, and it sort of leads on to the same thing, adoption. But this time it's about the service desk, or it's about team members, and getting them to use that, use the tools and availability of the tools there and systems to help that. So encouraging team members to experience as opposed to simply just going through the flow. And I think you alluded to it, Stin, a little bit. Anybody else got any ideas on how you, again, it's almost a cultural thing, isn't it? How do you create that knowledge of culture in a service environment where there may have not been one before?
Perhaps I can jump in a little bit on this one if no one else minds, because something that you mentioned there, especially with culture and kind of getting people to do something in a really kind of habitual and natural way, is really tough. It's not something where you can apply a really quick win and the results will suddenly come flooding in. It's more, we find it's kind of small changes over time to really embed that culture of kind of using knowledge and not having knowledge as a separate process, but actually embedding knowledge in the processes that you do every day. So making knowledge part of your incident management process, your request management process, and that kind of really makes it a part of day-to-day life, and using those tools has become second nature, as opposed to I'll use the knowledge base at a certain time, or I'll create a knowledge base article at a certain time of the week, a Friday morning perhaps, if that's when time allows. It's actually saying this is part of everything that we do, and I think something that helps with that and really helps bring up those adoption rates within the teams is getting their buy-in as much as we possibly can from the very start of the knowledge management projects, because there's so much in it for a member of the service desk or any team member for that matter. There's so much in it for them that they can benefit from having a true knowledge sharing environment, but sometimes that isn't always clear to people. So really creating that buy-in from the start, so actually they feel motivated and they want to use the knowledge base as much as possible as well, because they can see the time that it saves. They can see the proactivity and the tasks that it enables them to do.
Excellent,
so, yeah.
Great. Yeah, that's lovely. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. We're on time, pretty much on time, guys. So we're gonna for everybody who's been involved so far. We're going to take a well-earned break. We've got 50 minutes to grab a tea, a coffee. As I mentioned, we're a little bit behind timing, so we're going to return bang on the agenda at 12:15. So please join us then when we'll be listening to a presentation from our next presenters from our event partner, Freshworks. So thank you very much indeed, and we'll see you in 50 minutes. Thank you. Head of Account Management and Public Sector, engagement manager at Elsevier, who's a publishing and analytics company specializing in scientific, technical, and medical content. Hi both, and welcome.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi Dave. Hi Andy.
Thank you guys, and thank you for joining us today. Really much appreciated. And I think you'll be talking about an implementation. I think you'll be talking about a knowledge-based strategy that has created some very impressive results on sort of Elsevier's first contact resolution and customer satisfaction metrics. I'm really looking forward to this, guys. So I see your screen is all ready to rock and roll. Now, I don't know if you maybe, who's starting this one, guys? Because I think you may be on mute, so let me just double check.
Yeah, sorry, no, it's your
try that.
In and out a bit, actually.
Yeah, you broke up a little bit, Dave.
Yeah.
This is John.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Can you hear me?
Sorry, guys.
That's fine. Can you hear us okay now?
Apologies. Over to you guys. Thank you.
So,
yes, we can. Thank you.
If there's a delay in me answering a question or something, I'm just, you know, it might be because the audio's gone a little bit funny, but I'll
yeah, I think we'll keep going, and let's see how we get on. This is John Kelly speaking. So thank you, Dave, for the introduction, and hello everybody. Good afternoon. Like Dave said, we'll be discussing knowledge management with one of our customers, Elsevier, and we'll speak to Andy in a few moments. But just before we launch into that, a quick introduction for myself. My name is John Kelly. I head up the account management and public sector business for UK and Ireland region at Freshworks. I haven't always been in sales. Actually, my background is in operations, running customer support teams for various tech companies. So I've had some experience of implementing knowledge-based processes in those roles as well. Just a quick introduction about Freshworks. If some of you may be familiar with Freshworks, some may not. Freshworks is a software as a service company. We have about 12 products today that our clients use essentially to manage their customer relationships across the entire business lifecycle. So that's everything from marketing, including sales, CRM, all the way through to customer support and contact center, through to customer success analytics at the back end. So we've been formed 10 years ago, founded actually in India, but presently headquartered in San Mateo, California. About 3,000 or slightly over 3,000 employees today across 13 offices globally. And we service almost 180,000 customers today, actually across the world. And that number, thankfully, has been growing very, very rapidly year over year. And as I said, we have multiple products. We're very proud of this, our multi-product portfolio. When we started in 2010 with the first product, Freshdesk, in fact, the company was called Freshdesk back then as well. That is still one of our core products. It's a true omni-channel product now for support and contact centers, but you can see over the years we've complemented that with additional products to cover the 360-degree business lifecycle. So so today we will be speaking with Andy Spender from one of our customers, Elsevier. Hi Andy, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good to talk to you again, Andy. Andy, do you want to just take a few moments, maybe introduce your role and what you do at Elsevier for the audience?
Sure, absolutely. So I'm Andy Spender. I'm the Knowledge and Engagement Manager at Elsevier. And it's my job to provide knowledge articles and a knowledge base for our users. These are folks who work for Elsevier rather than external customers. And also the support teams is to help them to understand and use the company IT products like Zoom and Microsoft Teams and so on. And I'm also responsible for communicating with those users to tell them about the IT work that the tech squad, we're the the support department are doing, and also where they can get help to use the tools that they do every day. And I tend to communicate using the tools that the users themselves use, like Slack and Teams, as well as the intranet and email.
Fantastic, thanks, Andy. And maybe an obvious place to start. I know we know Elsevier as one of our largest, most critical customers in the UK and Ireland. But maybe for the benefit of everybody, can you just introduce Elsevier? Who is Elsevier? Who are you guys, and what business are you in? Just for completeness.
Yeah, so Elsevier is a global company, an information analytics business, and we specialize in science and health. And what we do is we aim to help institutions and professionals basically advance healthcare, open science, and improve their performance. I mean, we started back in 1880 as a Dutch publisher, and we used to publish, say, static text and images in books. And we've moved through to basically helping science, and healthcare professionals to make important decisions in their work. And we've got a fair number of products, really, that Science Direct and Scopus. But something people may have heard of more recently is a company called 3D for Medical, who are part of Elsevier now, who they have a complete anatomy program that people can run on their iPads that actually shows the human body, and it helps doctors, surgeons, and med students learn about it in intricate detail. It's often been demoed at some of the Apple events as well. And just to mention briefly, we also are publishers of The Lancet and Cell and Gray's Anatomy, just to mention a couple of our publications there.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm familiar with 3D Medical, one of the more recent success stories out of Dublin, Ireland. So a phenomenal product if anybody hasn't seen it. So thanks for that, Andy. So Andy, let's just maybe talk a little bit now about your knowledge management in a bit more detail. You gave us a good introduction there. So you're using our Fresh Service product for that. So do you want to talk a little bit again, just to summarize your use case? You're using it is it just for internal users? And maybe give us a bit of color on the number of articles, the number of users that are using it.
Absolutely. So yes, we are sort of looking after a knowledge base for our user base internally. So actually employees of Elsevier. And we have about 9,000 users, and that's across 28 countries. And we call it the Tech Desk portal, basically. It's our support portal. It's where our users can go to find knowledge articles to get self-help, but they can also chat to agents or log a ticket. And in that knowledge base, we've got currently about 1,500 articles, and this is to help with the tools that our users use, like Teams and Zoom, but also, so there are user-facing articles. But we also have articles that are just for support teams only. So we've got a combination of the two, really. And organized into a number of categories to help people find what they need to quickly, including Zoom and Teams and Outlook and so on. But also more recently, we've got a working remotely category, because I'm sure, as everyone else is at the moment, a lot of people working from home, they need to have the information to hand. And so we've recently reorganized quite a lot of content just to make it as, as simple as possible to get the help around the kinds of things people will be doing from home, connecting to the VPN, getting help on to get it set up a Teams meeting, etc.
Right. So that was going to be one of my questions. I mean, the fact that everybody's working remotely, it sounds like it's been helpful then to allow the business to continue to provide support for employees during the remote working period. And I guess that's, if it's like a lot of other businesses, that's probably likely to continue. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's right. We're expecting that people will continue to work from home for the foreseeable future. They have been as well since March, and we've been supporting them, as the IT department to make sure, they've got the equipment they need, the headsets, the monitors, and so on for working at home. And also, as I mentioned, to know how to use these tools properly. They may be familiar with perhaps with Skype, but they also, they use Teams to share content, to work in SharePoint together, to collaborate, and and it's been very important to make sure that that information is easy to get to.
So one of the things I'm curious to know, Andy, is how you actually generate. You mentioned 1,500 knowledge base articles. How do you guys generate the knowledge base articles? I mean, I've seen different organizations, for example, have tech writers or information management teams, and then other organizations tend to, they challenge their support teams, their frontline, technicians or whoever because they're very well placed to understand what knowledge would be helpful to users. Do you use your support staff to generate the articles, or do you have a tech writing team, or how do you approach the actual generation of content?
We've got a combination. So we have a number of folks in frontline support who do request articles and actually write articles. They tend to be more for agents themselves to help deal with the queries from our users in the company. But we also have SMEs, so subject matter experts, in the different support teams. And as that's part of our strategy, really, is to sort of leverage that information in their heads and their know-how, their expertise. We've had them write some articles which have then been published in the knowledge base, but also to host live sessions as well. So we very much like to do that, a bit like this one. But we might be hosting a session about how to get the best out of Teams or how to get the best out of Zoom with our users. And they're open sessions, people can join me, advertise them. That's what's great about having another hat as the comms manager. I can easily communicate with the business and invite people to these sessions. And we also encourage them, the users themselves, who work in all kinds of different fields within the business, to actually contribute as well. So we have these multiple contributors, really. We have users who themselves will want to host sessions. We've got the support staff writing, and we have the first line staff writing. So yeah, it's we have a number of contributors.
It sounds like it's ingrained in your culture, which is great. One of the things I'm curious about, actually, you mentioned writing, and I think a lot of times when we think about content, we think about those written articles. Do you guys ever share like short videos or video clips? We've actually done that for our customers, and we found it's quite engaging. Is it all written articles, or do you share video clips, for example, on how to use equipment or things like that?
Yeah, it's a combination. So we do have some written articles with steps in them. We also have articles which directly take the user straight to the website. So it's something about Teams, for example, rather than take the content from Microsoft and put it into our knowledge base. We'll have articles that point to a Teams article on the Microsoft site.
Perfect.
So even though they're searching our knowledge base for Teams help, they'll find an article. That's what I need. They'll click it and actually be taken to the Microsoft site directly. So it means that Microsoft can maintain that article for us, and we don't need to worry about making updates. It's another way of adding content. But yes, certainly, as we certainly have videos as well. Sometimes they're recorded videos just to show how to do something. You just think, oh, it's much easier just to show somebody this, to record a short video, and which I've done myself sometimes, just to show them around something rather than write the steps out. And feedback has been, positive on that front. They do like these videos, and so we have those too. And then there are the live sessions where we, as I mentioned, invite folks to attend, and of course they can ask their questions. So they ask questions like, do a demo. Somebody from one of the support teams, for example, would demonstrate a tool, how to do something, and then people ask questions afterwards, and then we actually, record that and make it available to the rest of the company if they couldn't make the session.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great way to reuse the knowledge. And Andy, one of the things that I'm curious about is, so in terms of knowledge base and knowledge base management, obviously you need a platform that has a nice user interface and good user experience. It's easy to navigate, but at the end of the day, it's also important to have quality information. So you've got to be able to have information that addresses the user's question and answers their question or solves their problem. How do you go about ensuring quality versus quantity of articles? Do you have an approval process to sign off on content before you post it, or how do you approach that?
Yes, we do. I mean, one of the things we do try to do to keep that quantity down is say we're introducing a new service. We would produce some knowledge for it, some articles for it, but limit ourselves to a reasonable number. Maybe it's, say it was Microsoft Teams, for example, maybe we would add, say, 10 articles about Teams. Of course, we could add many, many more, but what we do is we add those to our knowledge base, and then we just monitor to see what sort of feedback we get through people's questions with our tech desk, with the support folks. What are they asking about? How are they getting on with that tool since we launched it? And then gauge, do we need to write more? Should we host some live sessions? Should we record some videos? So sort of play it by ear a bit more, rather than trying to, do too much up front. But just to answer your question about how we ensure the quality, we SMEs, to say it in one word, subject matter experts.
Okay.
We make sure that they review the content. They often write it as well, and we use peer reviewing as well to make sure things are accurate. And we also monitor feedback. So there is a voting system. Users could vote an article down if they think there's a problem with it, or we need to make an improvement in the knowledge base, and then we can pick that up through Fresh and see what we should do about it.
Sounds like a good, robust process. And you mentioned measuring the number of visitors and so on. I mean, what are your top metrics for measuring the success? Are you measuring ticket deflection, or is it just engagement or number of visits to the KB?
Yeah, I suppose we measure a number of things. We do look at tickets. We also use Google Analytics to look at the number of hits we're getting on certain articles. And we look at what people are searching for. So one of the key things we do is we look for, what they're searching for, what are the top searches during a certain period. And if something comes up, we think, well, actually, perhaps we don't have much knowledge on that subject. We need to, it's a flag for us. It tells us that we need to think about developing something to answer those questions. And then to let the users know that it's, that new knowledge is available.
Right. Okay, very interesting, Andy. Sounds like a very robust process. Finally, before we wrap up, any kind of what would be your top tip for anybody who's out there listening to this, contemplating implementing a knowledge base? What would be your top tip or advice?
Top tips, I'd say don't be afraid to publish what you feel is a reasonable coverage for a new tool without going over the top. And then gauge the feedback from the users to see how they get on with it, and then expect to probably to build on it. Also reuse what other people have done. If you do have a suite of tools available for users and they have knowledge already, like Microsoft or another tool, Zoom, for example, don't reinvent the wheel. Point people over to that knowledge, include it in your knowledge base. But just be aware that some of those features your IT department may or may not have enabled for your users. So, to just be careful on that front. But yeah, it's and involve your SMEs. Delve into the company and get those folks to step forward, even if they haven't done a great deal of writing before, but be prepared, to coach them to help them make contributions.
give it a go. Well, thanks very much, Andy. It's fascinating topic. It's one we could discuss for a lot longer, but I think that's been very informative. And with that, thank you again, Andy, and Dave, we'll pass it back to you.
Thank you both. Yeah, appreciate that, guys. And you're right, this type of stuff we can talk about all day. What I will do, Andy, that has popped in, and I know you guys are leaving, so if it's okay, I'll ask this one if I could. This one is from Philip. Philip asks, how do you maintain the integrity of linking to third-party articles? So Andy mentioned links to MS Teams or content like that. What happens if an article is withdrawn? And it's a really good question, actually. How do you deal with that, Andy?
Yeah, that is a good question. It does mean that we do need to, keep an eye on when, this kind of situation happens. To think, is the link broken? What are we going to do to keep our links up to date, and so on. So yeah, it's part of the maintenance. So what we do is we do set flags to review articles after a certain time. This is again in this the fresh system we use. So we use that sort of review process to check, periodically to make sure things are still in place. And then if users do let us know, they can raise tickets to say, this link is broken, and they can feed back to us to let us know that we need to fix it. And then we need to see, is there a replacement article, or do we need, is this knowledge important? And actually Microsoft or whoever no longer has an article on it, we need to, consider writing it ourselves.
Yeah, really good question. Guys, excellent. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Look, I know you're popping off, so won't be able to join us in the Q&A. So thank you for that, much appreciated, and we'll move on, so thank you. Next, we have join us Sebastian. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Next, we have join us Sebastian Burridge, who is infrastructure engineer at Alliance, who specialize in services and solutions for the hospitality industry. And Sebastian works in the application support area, so building, supporting, monitoring, and automating infrastructure solutions.
Sorry, just reconnecting my audio. Is that a bit better?
That's good. No, that's very good. Thanks for joining us. It's good to see you with us again, Sebastian.
Not a problem. Yes. Thank you, David.
And I think today you're going to be talking about Alliance's journey of building a bespoke DIY knowledge base using sort of open source stuff rather than procuring a knowledge solution. So that should be very interesting.
Yeah.
So I can see your slides are up. They're all ready to go. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, David. And I'll also warn it involves a live demo. So let's see how well that goes.
Good luck.
Let's just get onto the right page. Okay, so yes, a little bit about me. Thank you, everyone. I have been working 12 years in IT support, starting working 12-hour shifts in data centers, going through from application support and monitoring support, and all sorts of different roles regarding the agile development process. And now I work in a more DevOps, SysOps, and all the other ones. In terms of knowledge bases, I started with loads of folders, and when something changed, you'd print it off and stick it in the front, through to using some of the early ones like Novo, going through using ITSM tools, options, SharePoint options, and wikis and things like that, and seen all sorts of different ways of using it. Just a brief bit about Alliance. So they are a software development company, a software consultancy firm that help mainly people in hospitality sectors, but ever other growing sectors to transform guest and staff experiences. A few of their current clientele, they are specializing either in chat applications for concierge or data analytics for booking flows and various things like that. All sorts of options for high-end hotel chains and other companies. So one of the problems we have as a software development company is extracting knowledge from developers. As a team of people, they are keen to be developing especially when you are discussing agile teams who want to practically monetize every minute that they're working, and have things raised specifically as tasks. Documentation becomes very much down the bottom of the pile, and sometimes as a service desk you are asking a product owner or scrum master to try and give them time to fill these in, even though they know none of them want to do it. So you end up with README documents, which have been here since DOS, I think. It's DOS times. And more often than not, they will be asked to help with customer documentation before service desk, which is totally understandable. They certainly don't want to have another tool to do their documentation on. They have enough as it is, you will find. And the bit at the bottom, which I tend to say is one of the key issues, developers will speak in code and service desk speak in acronyms. So it's just an indication we do speak two different languages at times. And this is one part of a sort of an ever problem within a company that I have found in Alliance. All the different departments all want different things to use as a knowledge base. So the service desk would want to use the ITSM tool. The developers will want to use what they're creating tasks on. So Jira, Atlassian Confluence, or use README files. The sales team will want something on their Salesforce add-ons or whatever tools they're using to do their sales pipelines. Your secure departments like security, finance, auditors, HR, they want something in-house. They will want something like Google Docs or a network server drive that limits who can go in. And your customers will want something brand new and fresh, something like WalkMe, which we use on our application to help our customers find out how to do all the various things they want to do with our chat application. So the question is, of all these different options and all these different ideas, do you really want to centralize all of that? And what we found in our answer is not necessarily. Does everyone need to know all of the HR procedures? Beyond the HR handbook and things like that, probably not. At the same time, you don't want all these different silos, and especially in a small, medium-sized business, silos tend to create empires of knowledge. And if that person decides they're leaving somewhere else and you've got 4 weeks to take all their knowledge from their head, or at least try and find what they have and haven't written down, the panic starts to set in. So in our team of service desk, we had a very brief meeting one day and decided how much as a percentage of the information do we need from these departments. This is the answer we got. We want everything. We want to know everything that the customer has information about our product. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And then the other one was we need to know almost everything that the developers know about the product, because if there's something to fix, especially we don't need to know every nitty-gritty. That we're not talking of third-line developers within the service desk, but if there's knowledge about how things work, how things are configured, environment variables, for example, is always a key one that comes up, then the service desk will work much quicker. So from this brief meeting, our first decision was that our ITSM knowledge base should be our customer facing one. There's no reason to use that for internal documentation. And so rather than plug in all our developers, we instead plugged in 3 of our customer success managers into our ITSM tool, gave them the knowledge base and said, there you go, you make that for a customer facing knowledge base, which they've done very well. And as a service desk, we then benefit from all that knowledge base articles as well. But what to do about all this developer information? So to go a step back, most development teams, I think all of them that I've ever come across are using a process called Git, and are most likely using one of these tools to do it. What they mean by Git is it's a distributed version control system. So previously, a developer would tell everyone he's downloading the code, put it on a local system, and if they've made edits, we'd then have to check that their edits aren't going to break anything before they upload it, or the developers would be trying to work from one version on one computer all at the same time, and yes, chaos would always ensue. So what Git decided to do was, as a process, is to assign versions a unique number, and there's a centralized version control then that decides with that unique number where they are in the various pipelines. And so when you upload your code, it will compare it to the most recent version and tell you if there's any other changes beyond what you're doing. And then you can compare and see if the code you've developed will work since you last uploaded anything. From this, in recent times, has come a phrase, like a lot of things. There's a phrase now called GitOps. I would call it a subsection of DevOps, but it's been created by a company called CloudBees, who are explaining that there's a role that's growing in software development companies beyond DevOps, which is having a system that ensures there is a single point of truth within all of your code and all of your processes. And it includes the idea that your documentation should have a single point of truth. This has been taken up very much by the creators of Git repositories, and GitHub have a section now in their repositories called a wiki, which I've just shown the top bar there. What this then does, instead of a README file, which most developers like to put at the front, and if you go onto GitHub and look at some of the public repositories and read the README file, you'll be there for days. What this does, it lets them create multiple pages. It uses different languages, so they can attach images and links and various things like that. They can create sidebars and footers. The problem with it is that because it's aimed at just developers being able to create multiple pages of information, there's no particular tree structure. And also, if you are developing in private repositories and you're limiting who can access your code, you are therefore accessing you are limiting who can access this information in the wiki. So in Alliance, we decided we didn't want our developers having to jump on a new tool to write documentation. They were going to not be happy with that because they have enough. Our service desk didn't need to have access to the actual code. We didn't really want them accessing the code, but we also wanted to give them a way of reading what they were being given by developers, and then perhaps also editing and adding their own documents so that service desk and developers could have one area to read and edit and improve and assist themselves. We located an open source piece of software called Golem, which is actually what GitHub used originally before they branched off in their own version with what it is now. So it's an open source tool. I've put the link there where you can actually download it from. It's written in what looks like Ruby, and we can use it to create documents, and the version control is done in the same way that our GitHub repository is done. So each document has a unique identifier in its different versions, and then when it goes into our Git repository, you can search for previous versions and whatnot. You can, instead of having to rely on GitHub only as your way of controlling who can see it, we've managed to use our Google authentication so that we can pick and choose anyone within the company to have access to this. You can control who can access what, and you can CRUD it as well, so you can decide who's got read only and whatnot. And what it also offers, and this is the key part in the middle, is this two-way editing. So our service desk can edit a document and it will change it in the GitHub repository, and our developers don't have to log into this. They can just log in. They can already be in GitHub, choose to update a wiki page, and it will update it here in the service desk's one. Because it's open source, it's free. We've installed this on an AWS server, which is free for the first year. So we are not paying much. at all for this until a few months' time, where it will be, the price of the server will be about $5 a month. It's because it's written open source and quite cleanly, it's a simple layout. There are abilities to edit it if you have people with knowledge in website building. One of the key human factors that this has brought about is that our service desk now has ownership and autonomy of these documents. They're not relying on developers to write things for them or edit things for them. They're not searching so much for information, and they can write it in whatever language they find comfortable. The limitations we found of it, it's not a, unless you have some real pros, it's not recommended really as a customer facing knowledge base. Also, you don't want particularly developers writing knowledge articles that you then want straight to the customer. You'd probably want some approval in there. It is more ideal for service desks to have some technical knowledge. So your first, second line teams would probably find this more useful than your call handlers. And since it is a wiki, as will always be discussed with wikis, if they are not maintained, they organically grow and get messy and things like that. So we do have a dedicated person in our service desk who takes overall ownership to make sure that things are tidied and aren't duplicated and things make sense and links don't go to error pages and whatnot. So hang on, I'm going backwards. So going live, I've actually gone right. So I'm hoping everyone, can see this. So live demo time, bear with, I have been testing it. I'm hoping it works. So this is our Golem wiki page, and we've given it a proper address so that it's part of our domain. One of the things we did add, courtesy of our ITSM, so thanks to Freshdesk, is we've added a ability for anyone in the company, if they are reading this and want to query something or tell us something doesn't work or an image isn't loading, they can just raise a ticket for us and it tells us it's come from our page here. We created a sidebar, and this is just a page that tells us some of the monitoring we've got set up for 4 seasons. Here is an alternative of how it looks in our GitHub account. So here is the page, here is our sidebar. Just to show that there is no tree, this is all the pages, and as you can see, GitHub is not trying to structure them in any way for us. But what it should do is that if a developer has decided that, for example, this hotel in Abu Dhabi, if it's having problems, there's a P1 ticket raised, he can add something in there. We can save the page. It will have a think. And over here, if I refresh this, there we go. It's updated it up here already. If I was here and I refresh and went, oh, something's changed, what's the history? If the service desk were aware of that and then they were told, oh, that doesn't happen anymore, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of it. This is how we'd edit in Golem. This is using a edit mode called Markdown. I haven't put a link for how all the different options of Markdown, and if you've not read about Markdown, I would suggest you do, because it's a method of writing text on web pages that's fast growing. So created that. We can add comments here of what we've done. If I save that, it's now uploading it into our GitHub repository. So if I now refresh this, it's now edited it back there. just a few more sections on Golem. That they have a search, they have a fuzzy search, which is a real useful tool. So if instead of just searching for titles of pages, it will actually look through all the different words within all the documents, which is something that you can't actually do in GitHub. You can only search for the name of the page. It will show you all a whole tree if you want to look, and all the different files, the images or uploaded videos or PDF documents you've put in there, creating brand new pages, uploading items for downloading. You can actually even look at the latest changes. So if you're our support person who's in charge of maintaining this as a whole, they can look through the latest changes and see what's been going on. That's our home page. So about our home page should hopefully look the same. Yeah, there it is. And that's how our system works. I'm going to go back into my presentation then. So I've just, and I believe this is going to be shared, I've put the links on how, what we read about how to create this and how to add, how to create a Golem server, how to link it to a GitHub repository, how to use SSL and all the other technical bits that you may wish to read about. Some of these documents talk about other things, like one of them added a discuss add-on so that people could provide feedback and upvote on articles and things. So lots of information out there on how to use it. The conclusions we drew from Alliance then when we moved this, so our service desk is now 2 years old. It was born out of the idea that the developers shouldn't be doing all the fixes, they need to just be developing. And so a service desk was built, and the knowledge base that they were first given to try and run a service desk from was a bunch of Confluence articles and READMEs. And we have since moved on to using Golem as our main source of truth for our service desk. I would, if there's one thing to take away from my presentation, if you have developers or development teams and they're using GitHub or GitLab, really encouraged to point them towards using the wiki features. They are rather new. They've been around, some of them for about 1.5 years. The days of the README document should be dead by now. We've had these for nearly 40 years since the birth of computing, and it's about time developers were taught not to just write a README file and go and read that. It should be encouraging them to try and create wiki pages instead, and with a writing tool like Markdown, it should be much easier for them than it ever used to be. So have that discussion with them and try and point them towards using wiki pages, and it would help your service desk a lot better if your developers were focused more on splitting out all the information they had about their application rather than throwing it in one file. The service desks that can control their knowledge base will engage with it far more. This is a comparative analysis in an Alliance that we did. So because our customer success team use our customers' knowledge base and the service desk are in control of their Golem pages, the amount of traffic that goes to our ITSM knowledge base from internal is far less than our wiki pages. This is mainly because, as we found in asking them, because they own it, they feel that they should be using it, and because they can control what's in it and out of it, they tend to import the information that's more pertinent to them from other knowledge bases within the company, including the customer facing one, and put it in there so that they can understand it. One of the things we've done with new starters from throughout the company is introduce them to this, and their feedback is that because when they read this, they can question from Golem, they can even edit it themselves from day one. If they feel a lot more positive towards that documentation rather than reading it and not wanting to ask questions on their first few days, they feel a bit more involved and responsible for it by being told, look, you can question and edit and suggest updates and go ahead. And for your customers, if in software development, certainly, the closer you can bring your service desk and your development team together, the more harmonious it is for customers. If you're interacting with your customers and most of your time is spent waiting for developer, your customer feedback will be very much on the line of, why am I waiting for the developers, unless it's a bug. But if you're waiting for developers for some simple fixes, your customer feedback will be, I'm not sure why you keep having to involve a developer every time I ask for something. And this is what we found with our customers, and they have said that since the service desk has become more and more a single unit and the reliance on the developers is less, then the customer experience has improved. And one of the main reasons is because the developers and the service desk have a link with this wiki between GitHub and Golem. That means that they can both write in their separate silos information, and they can, and it crosses with each other, and it creates a more harmonious relationship there as well. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I will stay around for questions afterwards.
Thank you, Sebastian. It's really interesting that actually that certainly, I mean, I'm not a coder, but I've used it briefly, and I really like the emphasis on the sort of crowd empowerment. You know, the idea of sort of a ledger of change, an approval thing that pretty much you're your own approver really, and you've got the undo. I think the challenge is for me using stuff like that is relying on other people's information. So if you open a README file and you can't understand it, where do you go next? You know, so I do like the sandbox sort of thing. I'm going to make a change, I'm going to test it, and then I'm going to make it actually a change. And I really like that. And I think sort of from an ITSM perspective, if you've got a dual running thing, process leaner or a CSI thing, and you can test it in a live environment without it being live, I think that's really cool, you know. So I think there's a lot to learn. You're right. I think there's a lot to learn between the practices of ITSM and the practices of development. So that was really interesting actually. Good. Okay, we're going to move on then. Let's see what we've got. Thank you for that, Sebastian, and thank you for hanging around. I'm sure we'll have a few more questions towards the end of this. Next, we're going to welcome Yasmin Dubash, and Yasmin is a knowledge manager at CBRE UK, who provide real estate and property management services. Yasmin is helping to design knowledge management strategies and implementing knowledge solutions. So thank you, Yasmin, for joining us, and welcome.
Thank you very much, David. It's nice to be here. So today,
good. I'm really glad, actually. Sorry, over to you. Over to you. Oh, sorry, there's a little delay on the Wi-Fi, right? Sorry. Over to you. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to talk about the dynamic between people and technology in the realm of knowledge management, as this has changed, you know, quite dramatically over the past 20 years. So just to give you an introduction into who I am. So I've worked in knowledge management now for about 10 years in various different industries. So I started off in the legal industry, I've worked in consultancy, market research, and my current role is at CBRE, who are an international real estate firm. And what I've come to realise during my time working in knowledge management is that it can mean very different things depending on the organisation. So for some, it's more of a focus on collaboration. For some, it's more knowledge retention or lessons learned. So it's really trying to understand what each business wants and needs. Just to flag, I am also a member of the NETIX group, which is the Network for Information and Knowledge Exchange. We run seminars on a quarterly basis. We're doing them obviously online at the moment, but there are various seminars coming up around digital libraries and resources, as well as looking at the new knowledge standards which are going to be implemented shortly. So do have a look at the website later if you'd like to attend any of those. So I'm just going to sort of bring this back to the basics, as it were. So when you think about knowledge management and what you're trying to achieve for a business, you need to really understand the issues that the company is trying to solve with creating a knowledge platform or knowledge base. And, you know, this is really something that a machine or a computer can't do. You know, this is very much led by humans and by live discussion. And it's a really important thing to start off with before you think about any sort of solution. When you have sort of started to build out a strategy, you have to involve IT within the process. It's very important to align the knowledge strategy with the IT strategy, as well as the wider company strategy, because often there are so many different applications and tools out there which are deployed, and they don't really, there's often not a real focus on what every tool should be used for, and I'll talk about that in a bit more detail. So as companies continue to grow and also merge together, it makes total sense that the volume of content and knowledge that we see grows with it. And what you don't want is to create these knowledge silos with content spread across various different systems and shared drives, and, you know, even on people's own desktops. It's, you know, that is how you essentially lose knowledge that you have within the company, and you really want to ensure that it's harnessed and kept so that it can be reused and shared. So it's something to bear in mind. When knowledge management sort of first started and first was sort of seen as something to really think about, the main focus was really on organising content and you know, creating the metadata and taxonomy that you needed for efficient searching. And this is starting to change, and it has been for a while now. That sort of technology works very well when you've got very structured data, but as we're increasingly seeing, the amount of unstructured data out there is growing. So we have to think about different ways to organise that and allow people to see it in a useful and easy way. So I think it's safe to say that technology has always been seen as an enabler within knowledge management. You almost can't think about knowledge management without the technology aspect. And it really does, you know, enhance what you can do with regards to sharing knowledge and collaborating. But you still need people at the heart and centre of that to act as those facilitators to understand what's going on in the business and leverage their expertise. So, you know, it's inextricably linked together, and you need both of them to you know, create a good culture of knowledge within a business. I'm sure we're all very much aware there are many technological tools out there depending on what your business needs, and I'll talk to those in some more detail there next. So, you know, you can see at every aspect of the knowledge management cycle on the screen there, you can align technology to those different aspects, from the collecting of content, whether that's, you know, people sending you emails or sharing something on MS Teams, to being able to then share it and surface it somewhere that is central so that everyone can access it. And then, you know, thinking about how you maintain the integrity of the content so that it is up to date and people are not using content which is old. So technology obviously really helps with all of those parts of the knowledge management cycle. So I have worked in, like I said, various different businesses, and there are so many different tools out there. And I just wanted to share some of the tools that I have used throughout my career to date, really. And, you know, like I said earlier, it's really important to understand exactly what that tool is for, because otherwise people will end up not using it. If there is a glut of all these different applications, people aren't sure where to go for what, essentially. So, you know, with the standard Microsoft tools, you've got Yammer for wide collaboration, Teams for more discrete sort of project work, SharePoint for the key document storage aspect, and obviously now in recent years you've got tools like Slack and Trello and Confluence, and obviously Salesforce, which is a massive CRM, but now also you know, is expanding, and they've recently added some AI functionality that's just launched this spring to make it easier to search for content, and also just to highlight the use of chatbots. That is something that is really you know, coming to the fore more and more. We see it often in our daily lives and the way that we communicate with companies, and it's coming more into knowledge management too, so that you can ask a chatbot to find a piece of content for you, or give them instructions for something that you might need to create. So, you know, these tools are changing quite rapidly, and it's only going to get more sort of towards machine learning and artificial intelligence as time goes on. So AI in knowledge management, as I said, it's really such a fantastic tool for those unstructured sort of data sets that you see. You know, we see a lot of that kind of content on social media, and AI can really help to organize it in a practical and efficient way. Another benefit of it is for that sort of knowledge which is constantly changing and evolving, and when you're trying to collect data from a wide range of different sources, AI can, you know, look across all of those and put them in a way that makes sense to people. And it's also a great way for individuals to find content that they might not necessarily be looking for. The ability to be able to push content to people based on what they search for and what other people in their network might be looking for really creates a very tailored approach to knowledge management, but also, you know, a very wide-reaching approach too. So it's definitely, you know, I've definitely seen a shift from you know, knowledge management as it was, and focusing a lot more on search, but now to be able to push content to users, which is really invaluable when people are doing, you know, a lot of client work. They don't always have the time to go and find what they're looking for. So this is a much better way of doing content and finding it. You know, the idea of curation is something that we talk about quite a lot now, and we see it. You know, you see it on LinkedIn, you see it on Instagram, and all of those sorts of aspects. You're getting content that is relevant to you, and I think that is it's really important, and we're just going to see more of it. So Microsoft are launching a new app called Project Cortex, which I think is due out this year, and Amazon also have an app called Kendra, and these are two really good examples of how AI can work for knowledge management. The ability to look across the different systems and extract information that is useful to people and categorize it into topics. It takes out that that human element and the sort of the time that goes into that. But the more that people put into these systems, the more that you're gonna get out from it. So it's very much, again, linked to what people know, and then the ability for this AI to sit on top of it and curate it in a really great, fantastic way. Just moving on. So all of this is great, but I have to always link it back to the people aspect and the issue of culture within a business. You can provide employees with all the technological tools that you want, but if you don't create a culture within your business of collaboration and sharing and empowering people to be innovative and think of different ways of creating content and experimenting with it, you're never going to have a good knowledge management strategy or culture within a business. You want to create an organization that is, you know, focused on learning and, you know, rewards people for sharing their knowledge and ideas. And I think, you know, this is one very important aspect of a knowledge management strategy, aside from the AI or the platforms that are available. So I just wanted to really bring it back to this aspect of it. So that's everything from me. And if anyone has any questions, I think there's a Q&A after, isn't there?
It really leads on actually to our next presenter. Some really interesting stuff there. Very well documented as well. So thank you for that. And hopefully you are staying around for that Q&A. And if so, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on. So thank you, Yasmin. Our final speaker today before the Q&A, we welcome Dan Turchin, and Dan is the CEO at PeopleRain, and Dan describes himself as an entrepreneur, CEO, a board member, and investor. He's got a very impressive resume if you look at LinkedIn that includes founding a number of organizations along with working at BMC and ServiceNow. Dan has a huge amount of product development experience, and amongst other things is also a member of the Forbes Technology Council. So welcome, Dan. It's really great to have you with us today, and I think you're are you in San Francisco in the US, I think?
I sure am. I'm in the Bay Area, Mountain View, California. Glad to be joined from across the world. Yeah, it's been quite a global event today. We've had a couple of guys from Australasia as well, so it's really cool. And I think you're going to talk in a similar fashion actually about the power of AI. We're going to talk about the future
of intelligent knowledge management and how AI can improve knowledge management. And I think that's a really great subject, actually, as we move and develop knowledge and knowledge management over the next goodness knows how long. So thank you. If you could just, we're just going to share your screen, Dan, so if you can just make sure that you've got your slides ready, if that's okay.
I sure do. Let's do a quick AV check. Do you want to go ahead and activate sharing on your side?
Yeah,
I'll go into full screen mode.
Okay, now we're still waiting for those to come up.
Yeah, you tell me what you're seeing.
Did you get the option to share your screen, Dan?
I did.
Okay.
And
we'll try that.
Sure
there we go. You've got
it. A little better?
Yeah, that's perfect. It's all in good shape there. We can see that.
Good. Okay, and I take it the audio quality is okay?
Audio quality is great, thank you. Yes, indeed, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Well, like you said, this is a perfect topic to follow up what Yasmin was talking about. I'll pick up where she left off. And thank you for the nice introduction. Dan Turchin, CEO of PeopleRain, an AI platform for IT and HR service. What PeopleRain does is essentially wraps a layer of intelligence horizontally across the entire service lifecycle and extends the capabilities of traditional knowledge management and traditional ITSM functionality for traditional ITSM systems, whether that's a ServiceNow, a Remedy, Axios, Atlassian tools, etc. It takes all of those tools and makes them smart. So you can essentially extend the life cycle using artificial intelligence to automate a lot of the routine tasks that otherwise would be required for humans. Now, back to what Yasmin was talking about, the benefit of using AI across the service lifecycle is that for knowledge managers, it enables you or us as a community to really think more strategically about how we spend our time. So I'm going to, slides are changing here. I'm going to try to answer 5 key questions today. And specifically, I'm going to talk about 3 key use cases. And I'm going to try to leave you with some actionable advice about how we'd recommend you start your AI journey. If you're just kind of thinking about kind of all this disruption that's happening in that knowledge management space and how do you take advantage of it, I'll try to take it out of kind of the fuzziness of the science and the fuzziness of the anxiety about the bot apocalypse and what's AI going to do to my job. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about the way AI is augmenting human capabilities and improving the user experience for everyone who's ever touched a knowledge management system. So 5 key questions. So what does it mean to think about knowledge management in a way that's AI first? Where and how can AI improve the knowledge management lifecycle? What do you need to know about AI to improve your knowledge management function? What's working for some other large enterprises? And lastly, like I said, actionable tips for you to take away. Now, I thought I'd start with some statistics that are perhaps discouraging, but I think are an important way to frame the conversation. 75% of employees, when polled in a recent research practice or research report by Elsevier, said they're dissatisfied with the HR and IT service they receive. 75%. Now, that's not always reflected in customer sat scores, but nonetheless, when asked in this informal poll, there's broad dissatisfaction, and in large part, that's because the experience that we have as consumers with, let's say, Amazon or brands like Netflix is drastically different than the kind of service that we receive in our place of business. And now more than ever, we're really dependent on technology to do our jobs as we work we work remote. So the quality of that knowledge to help us get questions answered is more important than ever. Second key finding from that Elsevier research report, only 1 in 10 executives and managers said they're satisfied with the availability of critical information for customers and for internal customer service agents. Shockingly low, less than 10%. And yet overlay that on the backdrop of this third finding, which is that the same organizations, when polled, said they expect the use of AI in knowledge management to increase by 143% over the next 18 months. So the ground's starting to shake. There are a lot of things that are changing in this field, and we're going to talk now about what those are and how you can take advantage of them. So to frame the discussion, I think this is an important bit of perspective for you to have. The knowledge manager of the future will spend less time authoring content and more time managing algorithms and curating user experiences. So the good news is that the time that's going to be freed up is going to let you transform your role in ways that will make you much more strategically important to the business. Now, this is a progression. If we go back over, I've been in and around ITSM and employee service for about 25 years. Like you have seen many shifts take place. It's been a steady process of using technology to improve the user experience and using technology to really reinvent our roles as service providers. So what you're going to see happen in the next 2 years is going to pace than what we've seen happen in the last 20 to 30 years. And it's really incumbent on all of us in the knowledge management community to understand that some of the mundane tasks are going to be a better fit for predictive algorithms. But a lot of the things that uniquely require human insight, judgment, intuition, empathy, those are the things that are going to require us as knowledge managers to think differently about the skills we acquire and about how we act as leaders in our organizations. So think about the benefit of the user experience and know that you're going to be much more capable with the augmentation of AI to own those user experiences and deliver truly delightful experiences with technology. So what does it mean to deliver knowledge management in a way that's AI first? Well, on the left side, I have some of the kind of parameters associated with legacy knowledge management. And on the right side, you can see what it means to rethink knowledge management in a way that's AI first. Now, starting with the top of the life cycle. So we've traditionally thought about delivering knowledge management in the form of kind of monolithic articles, kind of like, the tablets coming down from Mount Sinai. These are the rules, read them, abide by them, memorize them. Well, in the future, that knowledge is going to become very fluid. Think of it more in terms of a knowledge graph. And again, like Yasmin referred to, unstructured knowledge, growing rapidly, emails and social media content and chat transcripts. This is where all the best answers live. So we're going to be harvesting this knowledge graph using the principles of AI-driven automation to deliver better knowledge. So the portal is going to give way to a more omni-channel experience. Your users are going to expect that wherever they are on whatever interface, home, work, mobile, desktop, chat, voice, etc., that same access to that rich content will be available. So you're going to find that the use of keywords to describe what it is that an employee wants, that's going to rapidly give way to the use of natural language. So I don't need to think like the machine, or I don't need to be clairvoyant and understand how the article was written. I just need to be able to speak in natural language, and using what we call NLP, natural language processing, and AI algorithms parsing this knowledge graph, we'll be able to find better matches for those for those what we call an utterance, the way you speak your question, and much more efficiently map your desire, your requirements to knowledge in the knowledge graph. Think less about training your users and more about training your data. And what I mean by this is when data is properly trained by AI algorithms, and when the interface to access that data in the knowledge graph is natural language, it's less a burden on teaching the users about how to access and how to use the knowledge base. Oftentimes, low self-service adoption of knowledge content is because it's hard to find the content, it's hard to know how to ask for it, and then once you ask for it, you get back a list of search results. It's a terrible user experience. It's nothing like the way we consume knowledge outside of the place of work. And lastly, think less about learning from searches, kind of mining the historical queries, and think more about that learning happening autonomously. So these algorithms are going to pair up what was asked with the content to be able to provide a better mapping between the two. So every time a question is asked, either it will be answered and the user will validate that the answer was correct, or it won't be. But in either case, the AI-based algorithms have an opportunity to learn from every question that was asked, take into account contextual information, where it was asked, by who, at what time of day, what's the pattern, what issues are trending. All of these inputs feed the AI algorithm. And the nice thing about the way artificial intelligence works is it creates this flywheel effect where the more data it can ingest, the more questions that are being asked, it's great at following the long tail, the more nuanced kinds of issues. It's the canary in the coal mine that's going to immediately identify not just what's being asked, but also where the gaps are in your knowledge. So think of a much more dynamic experience with knowledge management. That's what it means to think about knowledge management in a way that's AI first. The next key use case to think about where AI is reinventing the traditional knowledge management process is in the way that knowledge content is authored. So we're going to think less about, like I said, articles as being these monolithic documents that get versioned, and more about answers. So if we think about as employees, the way we'd like to consume knowledge content, what we really want is what in the AI community we call snippets. And I'll give you some examples in the next few slides, but you can essentially think of these large documents, let's say a 20-page policy document, a PDF. It might contain 150 different answers. Well, what's unnatural is parsing as a human knowledge searcher, parsing that 20-page document to find the answer to my question. That's really no better than not having a knowledge management platform in the first place, because it didn't really fix my problem. It's the way we behave when we think about the problem from the perspective of technology. It's not the way we behave when we think about the problem from the perspective of the user. Now, snippets, on the other hand, is the difference between getting a 20-page document returned or a list of search results returned and just getting the answer. So knowledge repositories are going to migrate from being lock boxes that store all of this content in one place, kind of one tool, whether it's some of the ones that Yasmin mentioned, whether it's a Confluence or a SharePoint, etc. And we're going to think instead of these knowledge graphs that dynamically pull together content wherever it might live. So kind of think about AI as having 360-degree visibility into all of the content in all of the potential knowledge repositories. So we're going to think less about the text in the document that was authored by the knowledge manager and more about the metadata attached to that content that lives in the knowledge graph. And what that means is a lot of times the most authoritative or important or insightful data is actually data about data, metadata. And that could be timestamps, it could be location data, it could be tags associated with the data. But all of this rich data about the data gives AI the ability to really introspect all the data in all the sources. I gave the examples earlier: emails, social media, chat transcripts. A lot of the times, the best answer to a question doesn't live in that monolithic doc, in that monolithic knowledge repository. it's changing all the time. And by accessing metadata, AI is able to synthesize the data with the data about the data to deliver better answers. And lastly, the benefit of kind of an AI first strategy for content owners is that the AI algorithms are able to provide not just information kind of post hoc or after the fact information about what has been searched, but predictive indicators of what information needs to be added, so that as a knowledge manager, you will have a very clear roadmap of exactly what content to author to be able to increase self-service adoption and reduce the volume of escalations beyond knowledge content. So think about this flywheel effect of kicking in, and all driven by this kind of autonomous brain that's always monitoring the user experience, the questions, the gaps in the content. That's the holy grail of knowledge management. If not only can the content be authored by AI, but when humans need to intervene, you're going to know exactly what the best value of your time is to plug those gaps based on what has been asked. So I told you I'd share some examples. So what does it mean for AI to turn that traditional knowledge management repository into a knowledge graph? And what does it mean for us to transform those kind of technology first content assets into user first content assets? Well, on the left side, you can see a traditional, I didn't do a great job of preserving the identity there of the portal, but this is something we've all seen, pretty typical. Just a vomit of features and icons. And gosh, if I'm an employee and I'm asked to find the answer to my question in this portal via self-service, and let's say, I need a password reset, or I want to know, whether or not I can get a GoToMeeting license. Oh man, my eyes are just swimming in text there. I don't know where to go. And so I'm going to do the easy thing, which is pick up the phone or send an email. And that's the last thing in the world that IT wants me to do. But when you bury, the tech FAQs in the bottom left, it's not very compelling. And this doesn't scream at me, I'm about to have a great service experience with this portal. Now, on the other hand, part of the reason why that's such an unacceptable experience is because what we're used to being able to do is just go into Google and say, how long does it take to get from London to get to London from San Francisco? This is a real example. I was hoping I'd be there with you all in person. And you know what? It comes back with the most contextually relevant, concise answer that you can imagine. It's exactly what the smartest live agent would do. So in fact, really the role of AI is to turn that traditional knowledge experience that you have with a portal on the left into a more Google-like experience where all the context, all of the historical patterns associated with that question get brought to bear, and just the right snippet is extracted and returned, along with some other statistically likely next best actions. So I found one flight, here's how long it takes, but here's what people also ask. So here are kind of other trending topics. So imagine if knowledge management within your organization looked more like the right and less like the left. That's an experience that is available via AI, but mostly it requires, to the comment I made earlier, it requires you to rethink what the user experience is like and rethink your role as a knowledge manager. If you think first about what can you do to improve the user experience and think less about what this laundry list of tools would like you to do, then you're on your way on this journey to thinking AI first and thinking user first. And here's just a good example of the experience I hope that you all can achieve, because increasingly your internal customers are really going to expect this kind of interactive experience. Now, I've talked a little bit about achieving better self-service adoption. Now, 4 key principles of using AI-driven automation to improve not just content, not just better answers, but also to deliver a better self-serve experience. And one of the key principles is meet the customer at the moment of truth, wherever it is they expect to consume knowledge. And I know that sounds pretty simple, but if we unpack that a little bit, it's completely the polar opposite of what we've traditionally done. We've given the users a portal and said, this is the technology tool, here's your hammer, everything looks like a nail. And what that leads to is like water flowing downhill. The customer is going to go to get the answer wherever it's easiest for them, not necessarily wherever you want them to go. So your call volume increases, your wait times increase, your customer sat goes down because you didn't think about the problem necessarily in the way that's most conducive to delivering an answer to the customer. So think email, think mobile, think voice. These are, we talk about shifting left. A great way to shift left for knowledge managers is to meet the customer where they already are. So the customer is going to expect those answers not just to be accurate, but also to be instant, and accessing them should be intuitive. So for example, these both happen to be people ran examples, but if I ask a question like, I need to reset my voicemail password via email, wouldn't it be great if AI could intercept that email, triage the inbox, and reply with a nice formatted example or a set of instructions for how to reset your voicemail password? That's the most intuitive experience. It's going to be an auto reply via email. This is an easy one. You know exactly what the best agent should do when the question involves resetting a voicemail password. So why have an agent have to sit in the middle of that interaction? Introspect the email using natural language, understand how to fix the problem, and deliver the answer using an autonomous virtual agent, which replicates, like I said, the best possible experience that your human agents can deliver. And more importantly, it frees up the human agents and it frees up the human knowledge managers to focus on areas of the business that specifically require human intervention, problems that are complex, or interactions with customers that require some rational judgment. Likewise, on the right, you see this is a chat-based interface. This is on a mobile device. What is our work from home policy? Here's the work from home policy. That's a common question. It's a great opportunity for AI to extract the answer in the form of a snippet, using context, using metadata, and deliver the best possible experience without the need for any live agent to intervene. And obviously, this is going to rapidly shift the support burden left all the way to your self-service channels. Now, I thought I'd cover a few case studies, so some of this might seem a little abstract, but I wanted to give you a good sense of how some other organizations are approaching similar challenges and starting to rethink the role of knowledge management. First example comes from McDonald's, which uses AI-first knowledge management to provide better user experiences for shift managers, for employees in 40,000 restaurants. They have 2 million employees. It's the third biggest organization on the planet, behind Walmart and the United States Department of Defense. And McDonald's had a problem that they were using a team of 6 live agents to do triage against about 250,000 incoming incidents a year. They were doing very little self-service, and every time there was a technology issue in a restaurant, it would typically require a phone call, and typically the phone calls would require what they call a truck roll, actually dispatching an agent to the restaurant. Well, they wrapped some AI-first knowledge management around that process, and they were able to reduce the volume of incidents in the restaurants by 2/3. Now, in the first year, that saved them $3 million, not even from the reduction in the call volume, but just because they were able to free up resources to be able to do things that more uniquely require humans. So they got back 2/3 of their time to author better content, spend time learning about the business requirements that these shift workers in the restaurants had, and dramatically improve the overall user experience. So it turns out that $3 million in savings is really just the start of the benefit. They started off on their journey now close to 2 years ago. And at this point, their AI journey has matured. And I'll talk about the kind of AI maturity life cycle in a bit, but McDonald's is a good example of where they had a nice vision, they picked a nice pragmatic place to start, they made the experience better for everyone in the restaurants, they made the experience better for everyone in knowledge management, and then they kind of earned the right to start to graduate into other AI first use cases. Now, the second example I'll provide is from the athletic apparel brand Adidas. And Adidas reinvented the experience for 55,000 global employees in retail stores as well as corporate workers. And the way they did that was by delivering their knowledge content for HR, IT, and finance with a natural language interface on top of it. So for example, with request management, they had a service catalog with 4,000 requestable items. And even though the catalog looked beautiful, it looked like an Adidas online retail store, most often employees were what we call showrooming it. They were looking at the portal, they were getting there, but they couldn't find what they wanted. And as a result, they would send an email or call the help desk. So this shift left strategy didn't work too well until they wrapped a layer of natural language, AI first, language driven interfaces on top of the portal. They exposed it via mobile, they exposed it via voice, they exposed it via email, and all of a sudden, the AI was able to respond with better answers, get them to that place in the portal much more efficiently, and portal adoption, self-service adoption went way up. So this was an example of thinking about the self-service problem less in the language of what the technology can do and more in the language of what's the best user experience. So this is less about kind of science fiction. It's less about a laboratory experiment involving algorithms or artificial intelligence. It's less about replacing jobs. It's more about making humans better. It's more about using my existing service resources to deliver an exceptional, delightful technology experience. It's more about delivering a productivity dividend to my employees that makes me as a service provider much more valuable strategically to the business. That's the future of artificial intelligence in a knowledge management setting. Now, I said I'd try to leave you with a few actionable tips about maybe the best way to get started on your AI journey. I've got two frameworks to share. One, this is what we call the 4 V's maturity model for incorporating AI into your enterprise knowledge management or enterprise service management process. I realize it's a bit of an eye test. I'd be happy to share these slides afterwards. The first stage, we call level 1, involves having a vision. So kind of like Joel Eagle from McDonald's had a vision for a way to disseminate knowledge to the McDonald's restaurants in a more efficient way. He had a big vision, and part of what led to this, the early success that McDonald's had, was really articulating that vision in the form of business problems and business solutions. So this wasn't about Joel having, quote, an AI strategy. It was about Joel having a business strategy. So he thought through, what would it look like if, we didn't have to do as many truck rolls, so there was less waiting. So the shake machine, when it breaks, is down less time. So we can delight more end customers. It's good for the brand. It's good for the customer. It's good for the shift worker. And whether that involves AI as the technology backbone or not was less the concern. The bigger issue is just coalescing the McDonald's team around a shared vision. Now, the second step in the 4-phase maturity model is coming up with a pragmatic way to validate that vision. So in the case of, let's say, Adidas, so they said, all we want to do, their starting point was take some of the most common, they started with HR, take some of the most common HR requests and be able to avoid the need for a ticket or a task when those HR requests come up. So the top 3 HR volume drivers were PTO, payroll, and tax issues. W-2 issues is what we call it in the United States, but tax-related issues. And so they thought about what a better experience would be, submitting and managing those issues. If those 3 issues went away, then 75% of their HR volume would go away, and there'd be a better experience. So they validated the vision of a better user experience with some very specific content just in the HR domain. Now, level 3 is demonstrating the value of the solution that you validated based on your vision. And the important thing for leaders when you're thinking about getting to L3 maturity is how are you going to measure the impact of this AI first project? So the key thing to think about is not the way that you think about, let's say, the performance of the algorithm, because you know what? Nobody cares about the performance of the algorithm. Nobody cares about the principles of precision or recall outside of maybe your small team of data scientists or business analysts. But you know what they do care about? They care about improving self-service adoption. They care about reducing the mean time to resolve an issue. They care about reducing overall call volume. They care about the things that matter to the business. And if you frame the way that you're going to measure the impact of your AI first project in terms that the business understands, then I guarantee you'll be able to demonstrate the value of your vision much more rapidly. Lastly, velocity. So I mentioned that at McDonald's, Joel Eagle was able to go live with this kind of shift left strategy to help the restaurants. But then eventually, over a period of a few quarters, they introduced more AI in more ways. So now they have an application they call Recommend that tells the live agent the next best action to take using this knowledge graph approach. And they do contextual routing. So they have an AI first algorithm that does introspection on the incoming tickets. Even when the virtual agent couldn't fully deflect a call, they're using AI across the life cycle. They're using predictive analytics. So they're now able to see, leaders like Joel in customer support are able to see what actions they could take to further improve the customer experience, what knowledge to author, what issues are trending. They're doing that using AI first analytics as well. But it's a journey, and it started with an initial vision, an initial business problem. It bled into being able to demonstrate to other kind of cross-functional business leaders how we measure the value of these AI initiatives. And then lastly, by demonstrating the value in ways that are quantitative, it allowed these organizations to increase the velocity of subsequent AI first projects. So the 4 V's maturity model for introducing AI into your organization. Now, what can you do to achieve L4 maturity as fast as possible? Well, one thing I can guarantee you is that you're not held back by the technology. You're only held back by your ability to communicate the value of that technology in ways that the business can benefit. So the first principle to getting to L4 maturity rapidly is think about what you're going to do to make humans smarter. This is not about job elimination. This is about augmenting the capabilities of your humans. What knowledge can you offer? How can you disseminate it faster? How can you create this flywheel effect where the system gets smarter continuously? That involves you. That involves you as a service leader thinking about how you can use AI-driven autonomous decision-making to make humans smarter. Number 2, think about where your data lives and think about the key performance indicators that map to business objectives. So all AI is a data problem. All AI improves only when it has access to kind of 360 degrees of knowledge across the organization. So part of your challenge when you're defining your AI first initiative is knowing who owns the data, where to get it, make sure that you proactively engage InfoSec, information security, and really think through how all of that data is going to be provided to the knowledge graph. Now, the knowledge graph and the system of intelligence will take care of automating the extraction of answers once it has access to the data, but it does need data access. So number 3, cultivate support within your leadership. So there will be enthusiasm for your initiative. You will get buy-in about your vision, but you want to make sure very early on you're thinking about who the stakeholders are. Think about who it is that's going to be most impacted, who's going to most benefit from this AI first vision that you have, and proactively go and introduce them to the future of knowledge management. Even if it's on a whiteboard or the back of a napkin, start to communicate what the next generation or the next way of interfacing with that content is going to look like. And I guarantee you, if you lead with your vision, with use cases, get some early adopters, get some power users, get them talking about why the future is exciting. I guarantee you, you'll have a much better time when you have to say, get approval from InfoSec. Turn the conversation on its head and think first about the benefits to the organization, to your end customer, to your KPIs. How is this going to make you as an organization more competitive? How is it going to return or increase shareholder value? That's a universal language. That's a universal language that you can use to get support and potentially even budget for your AI first initiative. Cut the cord. Be willing to sunset out call it the support channels on the right in order to facilitate the transition to support channels on the left. So we are introducing a new virtual agent for you to access our knowledge content. And in the next, let's say 6 months, we're going to be phasing out the shared email inbox. So take the opportunity to introduce an innovative new support channel that is more economically viable for the business, but don't be afraid to take bold action and sunset out the channels that are more expensive and less efficient for the service provider as well as for the business. Lastly, know that it's a journey. So the journey both involves those 4 levels of maturity, but it's also incumbent on you to constantly be evaluating the performance, the business performance of your AI first initiative. So think through in advance for your stakeholders, maybe the most cynical ones, how are you going to demonstrate to them with data how the business is benefiting from these initiatives? So poll your users, do customer sat surveys, measure adoption, look at your MTTR, start with a baseline and ask the hard question up front. If we can reduce our MTTR, let's say by 25% in the next 6 months, regardless of how we do it, would that be compelling for the business if we could do that? Now, obviously, you'll have heads vigorously nodding around the boardroom table if you can make a statement like that. But then it's incumbent on you to know where the data lives, how you're going to measure it, how you're going to reward your stakeholders for investing in your initiative. But when you go through kind of all these 1 through 5 steps, what you're going to find is you're going to rapidly go from vision to velocity. You're going to move up that maturity curve very rapidly, and hopefully, it's good for you personally. It's good for the business. You're going to be the one that gets the raise. You're going to be the one that gets the VIP parking spot. You're going to be the one that they want in front of the board. The board's going to want to know, how do we achieve these kind of outsized benefits? You're going to be the one they go to. So the future of knowledge management, it's certainly about using these modern technologies to get better answers to your end users in a more efficient way. But it's also an opportunity for you to advance your career and create a culture of innovation that first focuses on the business value of new technology like artificial intelligence. So with that said, I'm not sure if it looks like we're about out of time. This is something I'm passionate about. This is everything I've done in my career. I hope that you're also inspired to take a next step, and something I shared with you indicates why the future of knowledge management and the role of artificial intelligence in that future is pretty darn exciting. If you have any questions, I will stick around for Q&A, but that's my contact info. please feel free to follow up with me with anything else that you'd like to discuss. Thank you.
Excellent, Dan. Thank you very much indeed. Some very insightful stuff there about, you know, the potential of knowledge in the future. So we're going to move on to questions, and I'm sure we'll have a few come through. If anybody has a last question that they'd like to ask, if you could sort of post that on the console, and we'll try and pick that up or those up as we go through over the next sort of quarter hour or so. And we've got a number of people still with us, which is really good too. I'm going to ask maybe the first question that came through a little earlier. And he talked about the how resource intensive KCS is, and it sounds like it's his experience. So do you think that KCS is resource intensive? Because at a service desk, you know, they've got a lot to do, and creating a knowledge article for every ticket sometimes is unachievable with everything else they've got to do. So how would you best, maybe thoughts on best managing KCS? And because it is quite, I think it's quite a, you know, it's quite in depth sort of end-to-end sort of process. It fits everywhere, doesn't it? How do you manage that? Do you need a separate team, or how do you encourage people to engage in creating those knowledge?
And Dave, is that directed at me? I wasn't sure who were the other panelists.
Yeah, that's, you just jump in, guys, and feel free to comment.
I can speak to that from the perspective of AI-driven automation. So one of the benefits, I didn't speak specifically to KCS, but one of the benefits is that every incident can now have the most appropriate knowledge article or piece of knowledge content attached to it as a condition for resolving issues. So it's the ultimate way to accelerate a KCS strategy, because you can actually use AI to figure out, even when, let's say, a virtual agent doesn't resolve the issue, you can use AI to recommend what's the most relevant piece of content. And really, rather than relying on the agent to go out and do the research to attach the content to the incident, you can have AI make a recommendation, which is going to dramatically improve reduce the time, reduce the friction associated with implementing a KCS strategy.
And that makes perfect sense, actually. And that was asked earlier. So, you know, we've moved on maybe from the more the direct human element of managing a process, if you like, into a slightly different sphere. And you're right. Dan, but service orchestration, when you look at where we're going, when you look at information technology, IT, actually, this is really what information technology is, isn't it? This sort of AI is actually information technology, rather than the more maybe reactive way that IT has been built over the last 30 years. And when we talk about knowledge, guys, and I suppose it is really about knowledge orchestration, it's about information orchestration rather than just fixing stuff. There is a leap, isn't there, from that old to new? And I think I'm really interested in what you guys think about how quickly that is going to happen. You know, I've talked to people all the time about this one. How quickly are seen the likes of McDonald's and Adidas, you know, sort of do that and see the value and results already. Let's take a broad brush. If we just talk about IT organization, how quickly do you think this kind of stuff will be adopted and become sort of standard services, standard approach to deliver services? Again, open to anyone.
Can I just go back onto that KCS
KCS
question? Right. So obviously with KCS and the methodology, the way that we think about it is what we're looking at, and obviously where AI would be very, very useful, is where we've got that known case of something that has been created that is sitting within the cloud, and obviously it makes total sense that if AI can pull that information based on what is being done on the ticket and bring that information in ready to be stamped, that will totally speed up from that particular point. What KCS though is obviously when we look at the knowledge creation part of that, so we're looking at the new knowledge. So a customer's coming in, they've not been able to get that information, a user's not been able to get that information. So where you look at KCS, it's first off, the misconception is that this is going to be taking over. To write an article, it takes loads and loads of time. But in reality, what are you doing when you're trying to solve a problem for the first time? You're taking certain pieces of information which are going to be relevant to the actual problem that's being caused. So when you create your templates for a KCS article, one thing you're going to be doing is taking information of what is the issue, what is the environment, and what is the resolution. So those three elements are the ones that will be the key drivers within KCS. And if you've got afterwards what the cause was, then you've got something that you can go and start to improve. So those four elements can quite easily be captured. And in KCS, what we encourage is not to write complete sentences, but write complete thoughts. So keep it very succinct to what it is, what the information that you're going to put into that particular article needs to be very, very snappy in the way that you write it. So in effect, if you're writing for the first time about an issue that's been that's come through to you, and you can capture what the issue is, so what is the customer experiencing a problem with, after that you're going to capture the environment in which they're working, and this is all information that you would be capturing as part of your notes for a new problem. And then after that, you're going to go through the steps to resolution. So you've actually done that in the same time that you would have taken any kind of notes within your service tool anyway. So it's the misconception of having to write an article. I know that when we say article, we start to think about something that is going to be very extensive. It has to have an X amount of information in there. When you look at KCS verified tools, there are quality checks that you can put in there that are put into place that, right, okay, is this complete thoughts and not complete sentences? So there are fail safes within that. And I think that understanding that you don't have to have a mass amount of information within that article will then help you to understand that, right, you can actually create it in the workflow while you're basically talking to a customer, and you've captured it at the right time in their context with only the information that is needed to resolve that particular problem.
It's really cool that you said that, actually, and I hope you don't mind me echoing your thoughts as well, because it's something that we hear a lot. So like, oh, it's so time consuming to create articles, but you're absolutely right. In theory, just like you said, you're capturing stuff that already exists and using that as much as possible. And I think one of the terms that KCS sometimes uses, which really resonates, is sufficient to solve. It's about capturing information so that you can solve things, not necessarily writing these really in-depth, beautifully orchestrated knowledge articles, which you're right could come across as time consuming. So yeah, fully agree with what you were saying there, Stan.
Of a framework or a process or the development of in relation to what it's trying to achieve. Because I think sometimes certainly I've seen and I've worked in organizations where, you know, the process to manage all that is over engineered. You know, so you're in a situation where you've got to go through, you know, jump through hoops and so many different, you know, has to do this, must do that before you can get to an end point. So that sort of makes sense. Let's maybe come back to that point, and thank you for that, guys. Let's come back to the point about how quickly that you think, our panelists think, that this kind of you know, this kind of AI, the change between, you know, maybe the old to the new. As I mentioned, I talk to a lot of people, and things vary from next year to 10 years. How quickly do you think this kind of AI approach will play out in standard service?
I can start with that. This is Dan. It's happening in waves. And like I mentioned, kind of there's we refer to it as the 4 V's maturity model. There are lots of organizations that are at kind of L1 and L2 level maturity, where they're starting off with maybe just one use case, one project, one logical kind of entry point to introduce AI-driven automation into an existing workflow. And like I gave the example of, you know, Adidas and just literally 3 specific kinds of questions related to HR. And so that was just a logical one. It wasn't about, you know, retooling the whole business, or, you know, it was a very unobtrusive rollout. It was just a matter of, you know, a better way to get 3 common HR questions answered. And then they kind of, you know, elevated or escalated up the maturity curve once they had success with that one fairly low risk project. So I think you'd find that, you know, probably 2/3 of the companies out there are already somewhere along the journey toward the first AI-driven project. I think getting to kind of L3 or L4 maturity, very few organizations. I'd say less than 5% of all organizations are at that level of maturity today. But over the next 18 months, you'll see a lot of the kind of the early leaders get to L3 and L4, and you'll see everyone else, kind of the other 1/3, get to L1 and L2.
Hi guys, it looks like we've lost our host just for a little second there. So I was just wondering, could you tell us when do you think the adoption of AI in knowledge management is likely to happen?
Yeah, like I said, I think over the next 18 months, you'll see essentially every organization incorporate AI into at least one use case related to knowledge management. Whether a good entry point is maybe KCS, that's a low risk entry point, building a knowledge graph, migrating from articles to snippets. These are all logical entry points to introduce the principles of AI into knowledge management, but in a way that's not overly disruptive. I think in the next 18 months, you're going to essentially see every enterprise organization shift to at least one AI first use case.
And it's funny from the perspective when we speak to customers. Obviously, I come from Upland. We've got a knowledge management tool which is Right Answers, and every sales demo that we do and every pre-sales journey that we speak to customers about, AI comes up high in the agenda when you're initially talking about it, because that is high on the agenda within the corporate world. How do we basically leverage AI in order to make improvements and efficiencies within the business? Again, it all comes down to the use cases. So is the tool that you're using set up in the right way to be leveraged by AI tools that are being created? And that's something that, yeah, the developers who develop tools, not only ourselves at Right Answers, but there are other tools that are doing this as well, are preparing for that change to make sure that through APIs, anything that needs to be drawn out from the knowledge bases that we've got can be basically aligned with things like chatbots. So we've got that already in place with customers who are using it. The rest of it comes up to how customers and how corporations and organizations want to use AI and to what level they want to use it. So when we look at this, it's not something that is a reactive change when the question comes, but more and more companies are basically looking more proactively to say, right, are we prepared for the point when AI needs to come in, and how do we use those elements of AI? And there's another part of this as well. So on the back end of our tool in particular, I can talk about that, is for a knowledge creator, we've already got some elements of machine learning that get to learn the user's profile, what types of articles are they creating, saving those elements within the sections where you would have to make those decisions. And if you're working on that on a day-to-day basis, and you've got these tools that are now remembering what you're doing and giving you that on a plate when you're basically starting to create content, that's another way in which AI is working in the back end, which most people won't talk about because it's not the user that's consuming it. So when we look at it, AI should be something that not only enhances the user experience, but also enhances the experience for a knowledge creator and knowledge managers and knowledge teams in general. So I think that it is most definitely on the roadmap for most organizations. All it is now is, okay, that collaborative approach to see, right, what is your use case? How can we work on this, and how can we deliver what you need?
Excellent. And has anybody else got any thoughts on that, or are we good on that one? Good. No, I think that was very informative, guys. We've got 2 minutes left, I think, right? I don't think there's any further questions that we have, but I'm going to ask just one if I could, right? And your experiences, if you each had, and maybe you can have a one-word answer, right, for the guys who want to maybe answer this. in your experiences, the biggest challenge that you've seen when you're implementing knowledge strategies, knowledge solutions, in all that, in your experiences, what's the one thing that you would fix that comes up time and time again? What's the one thing you would try and fix? Anyone?
I can lead out. This isn't quite one word, Dave, but think business first, not technology first.
Yeah, that's a fair shout, actually. Anyone else?
I think I would go for coaching as my one word, because although training's really, really important, and we see a big push for training at the start of projects, coaching's really the thing that makes it future-proof and takes it to the next level.
That's a really good one as well. And maybe just the last one, anybody else? Just the last one on that one. Maybe Stin, if you've got an answer to that.
Yeah, mine kind of comes with what Hannah's just said there, coaching, but I'd say collaboration. Everything that you're working on, you've got to have buy-in from everyone.
Yeah, absolute sense. Well, we're absolutely spot on time, guys, which is great, absolutely great. It's been a real pleasure today. Thank you for everybody who's still with us on the panel. It pretty much wraps up today. It's been very insightful. I hope that our listeners, have learned something. I certainly have. I hope it's given some food for thought and opens up. Thanks to our speakers for joining us today and sharing their thoughts. Thank you again to our event partners, TopDesk, Freshworks, and Halo ITSM for sponsoring today's event as well. Thank you to Holly, Emma, and Zoe for helping to organize this and manage today's event. And finally, thank you to everybody who's listened, everybody who's joined us today and stayed right the way through to listen to this. Thank you for your time. We'll hope to see you very, very soon indeed. Good luck, stay safe, and thank you for joining us. Thank you, goodbye.